The heat rolled up from the sidewalk in slow, visible waves, turning the street outside Lone Star First into a shimmer. Cars crept past on Congress Avenue, their grills reflecting the afternoon sun, while people in pressed shirts and expensive sunglasses strode in and out of the bank as if the building belonged to them. Evan Miller stood just outside the glass door, one hand hovering over the handle, the other pressed flat against the strap of his backpack. The reflection looking back at him in the polished surface made his stomach tighten. His t-shirt had once been navy, but had faded to a tired gray, with a pale ring where the collar had stretched out. There was a streak of dried white paint on the front, shaped vaguely like a crooked crescent. His jeans were clean, but the knees were thinned and shiny from years of wear. The laces on his sneakers were mismatched and knotted several times in the middle, where they had broken and been tied back together. On his fingers, under his short, bitten nails, paint still clung in stubborn specks, turquoise along the cuticle of his thumb, a line of red trapped in a crease of his index finger. It didn't matter how long he held his hands under hot water, how hard he scrubbed with a cheap dish soap at home. Some colors always stayed. Inside the bank, people moved in smooth, unhurried lines. The lobby ceiling rose 3 stories, crisscrossed with brushed steel and glass. Light from the high windows poured down like something filtered and expensive, making the marble floors gleam and tracing soft reflections across the polished surfaces. Evan swallowed. The air conditioning whispered against the glass, a faint hint of cool that didn't quite reach him. The bank might as well have been another planet. He could still hear his mother's voice, as if she were at his shoulder, just behind him. "When you turn 14, baby, you walk into Lone Star First on Congress. You go right up to the desk, you hand them the card, and you ask them to check the balance. You don't argue, you don't apologize. That's your right." He turned his wrist and glanced at the watch she'd saved up for, the only new thing he owned. The digital numbers glowed, cheap but clear. 14. He had woken up that morning officially older, but not feeling particularly different, until he remembered. Now he was here. The traffic hummed, the automatic doors sighed open each time someone went in or out, and he stood still, heart hammering in his chest. You go right up to the desk. His hand closed around the handle before he could talk himself out of it. The door yielded with barely any weight, and the cool air slid around him as he stepped inside. Instantly, the sounds changed. Outside, the city had been loud and messy. In here, everything was softened. Shoes whispered over the stone. Conversations stayed low, wrapped in a bubble of professional calm. Somewhere, a printer clicked in Word behind a frosted glass wall, hesitated on the mat, suddenly very aware of the scuffed rubber on the toes of his shoes. A security guard near the door, a big man with a blank, tired face, looked at him up and down. His eyes moved over the paint on Evan's fingers, the worn shoulders of his backpack. There was no direct hostility there, only a flicker of judgment, the subtle tightening of a jaw that said, "You don't belong here." Evan's cheeks warmed, but he made himself walk forward. The line at the teller counters was short, mostly people in crisp button-downs and summer dresses, their phones in their hands, their watches catching the light. Evan stepped to the side of the queue toward the information desk near the center of the lobby. A young woman sat there, her hair swept back into a low, polished bun. Her name tag read, Kelly, in small, engraved letters. She was tapping something into her computer, a small crease between her brows. When she looked up and saw him, her expression shifted, almost imperceptibly. It didn't become unfriendly, exactly. Just impatient. He felt his throat tighten. "Hi," he managed, his voice coming out rougher than he wanted. Um, I just need to check my balance. Her eyes flicked to the smudges on his fingers, then back to his face. For your account? Yes, ma'am. This is a private banking branch, she said, the words smooth, rehearsed. We don't really handle basic account inquiries here. There are ATMs outside for checking balances. I tried the ATM, he lied. He hadn't dared. My mom said I had to talk to somebody inside. Someone shifted in the nearby seating area, where a row of leather armchairs lined the wall. A man in a pale blue dress shirt and dark slacks looked up from his phone. His hair was silver at the temples in a way that seemed intentional, expensive. A watch with a metal band hugged his wrist, its face large and understated. The kind of thing you didn't buy in a mall. He watched Evan for a moment, eyes narrowing just a touch. Kelly sighed. Do you have your debit card? Evan nodded quickly. He set his backpack on the floor and pulled at the zipper. Inside, the card was tucked into the front pocket of an old school folder, wrapped carefully in an envelope that had once been white. The envelope was creased from being handled too often. His mother's handwriting still scrawled across the front in blue ink. His name underlined twice. His fingers wobbled slightly as he pulled the card free and slid it onto the counter. Kelly picked it up between two fingers, as if she were trying not to get smudged by whatever dust he might have carried in with him. Her eyes scanned the numbers. Something in her posture tightened. I'll see what I can do, she said, already turning toward her computer. From the row of chairs, the man in the pale blue shirt spoke up. His voice was just loud enough to carry. You can save yourself the trouble, you know, he said, smiling in a way that didn't reach his eyes. Kid that age, dressed like that. What's he going to have in there? Enough for a slice of pizza? A couple sitting nearby glanced over, the corners of their mouths twitching. The woman looked briefly uncomfortable, then smoothed her skirt and pretended to check her phone. Evan's ears burned. He kept his eyes on the edge of the counter. His fingers curled in toward his palms, the paint on them standing out suddenly bright, accusing. Kelly gave the man a quick, practiced smile. The kind people in customer service learned when confronted with VIP clients making off-color jokes. Mr. Carter, she said, I'll be right with you. Of course he had a name. Of course he was someone here. He settled back in his chair, crossing one ankle over his knee. No rush. This is entertaining. Evan could feel his gaze like a weight on the back of his neck. He thought of walking out. He could scoop the card off the counter, mumble something, and be gone before anyone laughed again. He could step back into the dry heat, onto the cracked sidewalk, and pretend he'd never come in. But then he saw the kitchen in his mind, the peeling laminate on the counter, the cupboard where his mom used to keep the cereal, now mostly full of store-brand pasta. He saw the envelope on top of the fridge, the one she had told him not to open until this day. He remembered the night before she'd gone into the hospital, her face pale but her eyes steady. When you're 14, she'd said, her voice thin but stubborn, you go to the bank. This bank, not the corner one. You hand them that card, and you ask them to check the balance. Don't let anybody talk you out of it. What if they're mean? He'd asked, because they were sometimes. People at counters, people with clipboards, people who came to read the meters and asked to speak to an adult, and then looked disappointed when it was just him. Then they're mean, she'd said, and you still ask. Now, standing in the cool, glass and stone lobby, it felt like she was right behind him again, her hand on his shoulder, small and calloused from work. He kept his feet where they were. Kelly typed something into her computer, her eyes moving between the screen and the card. Behind her, the tellers went about their business, passing stacks of paper, counting bills, their motions efficient and bored. On the far side of the lobby, up a half-flight of polished stairs, an internal door opened with a soft click. A woman in a tailored dark green blazer stepped out. She moved with the easy assurance of someone used to being listened to, a tablet tucked against her side. Her hair was the color of dark honey, pulled back in a low ponytail that somehow looked both casual and professional. This was Samantha Reed, branch manager, though Evan did not yet know her name. She paused for a moment, taking in the lobby the way a conductor might glance over an orchestra, subtly checking for problems. Her gaze skimmed over the customers at the tellers, the security guard at his post, the couple filling out paperwork at a side desk. Then it landed on the boy at the information counter, the faded gray t-shirt, the hands resting on the edge of the desk with their stubborn flecks of paint. She noticed the way his shoulders hunched, like he was trying to make himself smaller. She noticed the way Carter, sprawled in the leather chair, watched him with idle amusement. Something in her expression changed, a slight sharpening. Carter spoke again, as if he couldn't help himself. "Make sure to read the cents out loud," he said. "Wouldn't want him to miss the 18. There was a quiet chuckle from someone behind a tablet screen. The sound was small, but it sliced through Evan all the same. Kelly's fingers hovered over the keyboard. She hesitated, feeling for a moment the wrongness of the scene, but years of defaulting to the comfort of the paying clients held her in place. Her lips parted, probably to say something about using the ATM again. Before she could, Samantha was already on her way down the stairs. "Kelly," she called, her tone light but firm. "Can I borrow your station for a second?" Kelly blinked, then straightened, relief flashing across her face. "Of course, Ms. Reed." Samantha stepped behind the desk with a small nod of thanks and turned her attention fully to Evan. Up close, she could see that his eyes were a clear, wary brown, ringed with the faint shadows of not enough sleep. She could see the watch on his wrist, the way he clutched the strap of his backpack with one hand, as if it might float away. "Hi there," she said. "I'm Sam. What can I help you with?" Evan swallowed again. His tongue felt thick. I just need to check my balance," he said, repeating the line for the third time that day. Sounded smaller each time. "Okay," she replied, as if he'd asked for something perfectly ordinary. "We can do that. You've got your card?" He nodded and nudged it toward her. Samantha picked it up and flipped it in her fingers, reading the name etched on the front. "Evan Miller," she read aloud, not for anyone else's benefit, just to anchor the interaction. "All right, Evan. I'm going to log in and pull up your account, okay? Do you know your PIN?" "Yes, ma'am." "Great. I'll have you enter it in a second. Just give me a moment." She slid the card into the reader next to the keyboard and began to type his information into the system. Her movements were quick, practiced. Behind her professionalism, though, a small, unresolved question had already begun to form. There was something about the card, about the way the account type flashed on the first screen, that didn't match the boy in front of her at all. Carter unhooked his ankle and leaned forward as if he were watching a show. "This should be good," he murmured. Samantha heard him, but she didn't look up. "Go ahead and enter your PIN there," she said to Evan, turning the small keypad toward him. "Take your time." His fingers shook as he pressed the numbers. He was suddenly, acutely aware of Carter's eyes on his back, of the hush of the bank, of the way his breath sounded in his own ears. He remembered the last time he'd checked a balance, at the corner ATM near the bus stop months ago. $26 and some change. Enough for a few days of groceries if he stretched it, if he skipped lunch at school, if he worked one more evening helping Mr. Alvarez paint houses on the weekends. He had expected today to be some variation of that number. Maybe a little more. Maybe there had been some deposit he'd forgotten, some delayed payout from the odd jobs he took when neighbors needed help moving furniture or cleaning out their garages. He hadn't let himself hope for much beyond that. Hope was dangerous like that. It made the fall sharper. He finished entering the PIN and set his hand down again, fingers curling against the edge of the counter. Samantha hit the final key. On her monitor, the system began to work. A small icon appeared. Nothing but a circle rotating slowly as the bank's internal network reached out, retrieved, and gathered. For a heartbeat, nothing happened except that slow spinning. The hum of the lobby filled the silence, the quiet murmur of voices, the distant whir of the printer behind the glass. Carter let out a short laugh, unable to contain himself. You know, when I was his age, I was mowing lawns, not wasting time in private branches, he said to no one in particular. But I guess these days, you don't have to earn it to act entitled. Evan's cheeks flamed. The words sank deep, heavy, and familiar, like stones he'd been handed over and over again. Samantha's jaw tightened by a fraction. Her eyes stayed on the screen. The circle kept turning, a simple little animation that suddenly felt like the entire world holding its breath. Then the icon flickered, and numbers began to populate the page. The truth, waiting to be read. The moment stretched. A thin thread pulled taut between who Evan thought he was and what was about to appear on that glowing rectangle of glass. Okay, Samantha said softly, her gaze freezing for just a fraction of a second as the balance came into focus. She didn't repeat it aloud. Not yet. Outside, a car horn sounded briefly on Congress, distant and unreachable. Inside, the air conditioning whispered along the vents. No one in the lobby knew it yet, but something in the marble and glass calm of Lone Star First had just shifted. The millionaire in the pale blue shirt still wore the ghost of a smile. He had no idea what was on that screen. For a heartbeat, Samantha thought she had misread it. Her eyes went first to the digits, at the front, then to the commas, then to the decimal, and the neat little cents at the end. Years of working in finance meant her brain was trained to process numbers quickly, to see them not as symbols, but as weight. This one landed with the kind of weight that sank straight through habit and into something almost physical. She did not say the number out loud. Her fingers, resting lightly on the edge of the keyboard, went still. The easy half-smile she wore as part of her uniform expression faded without her realizing it. The light from the monitor washed over her face, throwing the faintest shadows beneath her eyes. On the other side of the counter, Evan felt the change before he understood it. He didn't know the figure yet, but he saw how her posture tightened, how her pupils widened just slightly. Something had shifted from routine to alert. He tried to read the screen, but the angle was wrong. All he could see was a block of white and gray, the hint of columns. His own name, Evan Miller, sat in the upper left corner in small, plain font. Below it, almost absurdly polite, was the word welcome. He swallowed and rubbed his damp palms against his jeans. Samantha's mind raced through possibilities, flickering faster than the cursor on the screen. System glitch, some kind of override. Another client's profile layered onto this one by mistake. But the routing numbers matched. The account number matched. The profile details, date of birth, address, the backup phone number field with a disconnected line. matched the card in her hand. The available balance line, however, did not match a 14-year-old boy with paint under his nails and a fraying backpack. $18,742,910.27. Behind her, the printer clicked and fed out a sheet of paper for a teller. Indifferent. The small sound felt strangely loud. From his chair, Mr. Carter shifted, not because he knew what was on the screen, but because he sensed something had gone off script. He had spent a lifetime in rooms like this, watching people read numbers that changed the temperature of a meeting. He recognized the stillness when it came. His smile faltered. "Well," he said, slightly too briskly, "don't leave the kid hanging. I'm dying to hear whether he can afford a soda." Samantha blinked once, the comment breaking through her focus. She didn't look at him. Her hands moved instead, almost automatically, brushing over the keyboard as she dug deeper into the account details. This wasn't just a checking account. This was a managed portfolio attached to a trust structure, with restricted withdrawals and specific age triggers. Whoever had set it up had known exactly what they were doing. She felt, faintly, the sense of standing on the edge of something bigger than this lobby, bigger than this moment. Is there something wrong?" Evan asked. His voice was quiet, but the question carried. He knew the answer already, in the way a person knows when a storm has changed direction. Wrong could mean anything in his world. Another overdue notice, another fee, another thing he was supposed to have handled before someone behind a desk got annoyed. Samantha glanced at him, and some of the tension in her features softened. She was suddenly aware that he was still just a kid, trying to measure his worth by the flicker on a screen. "No," she said slowly. "Nothing wrong. I just need to verify a couple of things before I tell you. Is that okay?" The word verify sounded like one of those words adults used when they didn't want to say no directly. He searched her face, trying to tell if she was stalling, if she was about to tell him he didn't belong here after all. "Okay," he said, because he didn't know what else to say. The security guard had drifted a few steps closer, pretending to look at a notice on the wall, but really watching the interaction. Kelly, freed from the immediate responsibility of dealing with Carter, had not moved away either. She stood a few feet behind Samantha, her eyes darting from the monitor to the boy's tense shoulders. "Ms. Reed?" she asked quietly. "Do you want me to get someone from upstairs?" Samantha considered that for a second. There were procedures for unusual account activity, and this situation checked several boxes at once. Not suspicious in the sense of fraud, not yet, but unusual enough that she didn't want to handle it alone. "Yeah," she said. "Ask if Mr. Hayes is available." Kelly nodded and turned, relief flickering in her chest at being given something specific to do. The name made Carter straighten a little. Hayes did not usually come down to the lobby. The fact that Samantha had asked for him specifically only sharpened his curiosity. "It's her. Now you've really got my attention," he said, an attempt at humor that fell flat in the charged air. Evan heard the name and filed it away. Hayes. Another person he would have to answer to, maybe? Another stranger who might look at him and see only the worn t-shirt, the cheap watch, the address from the poorer side of town. He shifted his weight from one foot to the other, feeling a faint stickiness in his socks where sweat had soaked through. He tried to remember if he had locked the front door that morning when he left the apartment, then pushed the thought away. There was nothing inside anyone would bother to steal. His gaze caught on the corner of the screen again. There, in the bottom right, he could glimpse a hint of green text, the end of the row where numbers would be. His heart thudded so hard against his ribs that it almost felt like someone else's. His mother's voice returned, not from any specific moment, but from the collection of evenings when she'd come home late and tired and still sat at the table with him and a stack of bills between them. "Money's not money's magic," she had said once, tapping the calculator with a chipped fingernail. "It doesn't make you good or bad on its own. It just shows you who people already are." He hadn't understood then. He understood a little more now, with people watching him as if he were a show. The elevator dinged softly at the back of the lobby. A glass door opened, and a man in a dark suit stepped through. He was older than Samantha by a couple of decades, his hair mostly gray, his face lined not just by age, but by years of concentrating over documents and market reports. He moved without hurry, but there was no wasted motion in the way he crossed the floor. This was Daniel Hayes, senior portfolio manager. He took in the scene with one sweeping look. The boy at the desk, the branch manager behind the monitor, the guard standing closer than usual, and off to the side, Carter, sitting forward with predatory interest. "Sam?" he asked mildly as he approached. "Kelly said you've got something. That can't wait." Samantha stepped slightly aside, so his view of the screen wouldn't obviously include anyone else. She didn't want Carter seeing the numbers before the person they belonged to did. "I do," she murmured. 14-year-old, local address, this is his card. Look at the balance line. Hayes adjusted his glasses and leaned in, his eyes sharpening as they scanned the page. He had spent a lifetime in finance, seen portfolios balloon and collapse, watched fortunes built and broken on decisions made in rooms no one would ever see. Numbers didn't often surprise him anymore. This one did. He didn't react outwardly, not beyond the way his nostrils flared slightly and his brows drew together for a brief second. But inside, his brain was already moving through old names, old files, conversations from years ago. The surname hit first, Miller. Then the memory slotted into place, clear as if it had happened last week. A woman in overalls, grease on her, fingers, sitting in his office with her shoulders square and her eyes unflinching. Laura Miller, the appliance repair tech who had bargained like a seasoned investor when a little tech company offered her stock options instead of a check. He had watched her initial holdings grow and split and grow again. He remembered the day she had asked to restructure, to move more into safe vehicles, to build a trust. "If something happens to me, I need to know my boy won't be at the mercy of whoever happens to be in a good mood behind a counter." Now, here was the boy. Hayes straightened, looking at Evan fully for the first time. For a moment, the professional veneer slipped just enough that a more human reaction showed through. Surprise, yes, but also recognition, not of the face, but of the situation. "Mr. Miller?" he asked. Evan blinked, confused by the formal address. That's my mom's name," he said automatically, then winced. "I mean, it's mine too. Sorry. Yes, I'm Evan." Hayes nodded once, as if that confirmed something important in his mind. "All right," he said quietly. "I think we should talk somewhere a little more private. Sam, can you print a summary for me? And have someone cover your station for a bit?" "Of course," Samantha said. Carter let out a soft snort. "Come on," he said. "You're really going to drag the kid into a back room over a couple $100? Let the rest of us live vicariously for a minute." It was meant as a joke, but there was an edge to it now, a thin layer of irritation over his curiosity. He didn't like being excluded, especially not in a place where he was used to being the one behind closed doors. Hayes glanced at him, his expression polite but cool. "Mr. Carter," he said. with the faintest hint of warning buried under the even tone. "Someone will be with you shortly. I appreciate your patience." The use of the word patience, delivered gently, drew a line without making a scene. Years in the business had taught Hayes how to do that. Carter leaned back, forced a smile, and pretend laughed into the empty space in front of him. It was thinner than his earlier amusement. Samantha's fingers moved again, waking the printer behind the glass wall. It began to feed out a neat summary, page after page, the details of the trust, the contributions, the growth, the restrictions, spelling out the story in columns and percentages. Evan watched as Hayes turned back toward him. "What's going on?" he asked, before the older man could say anything else. The question came out more strained than he intended. "Did I do something wrong? Is it, like, overdrawn or something?" He had never seen anyone from a bank come down for an overdraft before. But fear didn't need logic to build itself. It just needed a crack. Hayes considered him for a moment, weighing how much to say here in this open lobby, with Carter's gaze still pricking at the edges of the scene. "No," he said, "you didn't do anything wrong. But I think you're about to hear some things your mother meant for you to know on a day like today, and I don't want you hearing them in the middle of a waiting room." The mention of his mother's intention made something inside Evan shift. The word mother always did that now. It squeezed and hollowed in the same motion. He nodded, because he couldn't quite trust his voice. Samantha came around the desk, holding the printed pages in a slim folder she had grabbed on instinct to keep things contained. She offered Evan a small, steady smile. "Evan, we're going to take you upstairs for a bit," she said. "It's just a conference room, nothing scary. There'll be water and better chairs, I promise." He almost smiled at that, nervousness twisting the corners of his mouth instead. His fingers found the strap of his backpack again, hooking under it as if anchoring himself. "Okay," he said. Do I need to sign something?" "Not yet," Hayes said. "Let's start with you just hearing what's going on. We can talk about signatures later." He gestured toward the staircase at the side of the lobby rather than the elevator. It was a small choice, but deliberate. The elevator always felt more closed in, more formal, and he didn't want the boy feeling trapped. As they started toward the stairs, the security guard stepped back to his usual position by the door, though his eyes tracked them for a moment longer than necessary. Kelly slid into Samantha's spot behind the counter, hands already reaching for the next customer number on her screen. But her mind stayed partially with the trio heading up. Carter watched them go, frustration bubbling under his skin. The scene had slipped out of his control, the entertainment he'd assumed he was entitled to turning into something else entirely. He looked at the door they disappeared through, then at the empty space where Samantha had stood. He tried to shake off the feeling that he'd misread the moment from the start. Upstairs, away from the marble and the open glass, the hallway was quieter. The walls were lined with framed photographs of the bank's history, black and white shots of the original Lone Star branch with its wooden counters, pictures of ribbon cuttings, glossy images of community events. Evan barely saw any of them. His heartbeat pounded in his ears. The air smelled faintly of toner and whatever coffee the staff preferred. Samantha led the way to a small conference room with a frosted glass wall and a rectangular table in the center. The chairs were upholstered, more comfortable than the rigid ones downstairs. A pitcher of water and a few glasses sat on a sideboard, undisturbed. "Have a seat?" she said gently. He slipped into a chair at the end of the table, feeling absurdly like he was about to be called into the principal's office. His backpack sagged, onto the floor beside him, the zipper slightly open to reveal the edge of a notebook and the corner of the envelope that had started this whole day. Hayes closed the door, not all the way, but enough that the sounds of the hallway became a soft murmur. He set the folder on the table and took a chair across from Evan, leaning forward slightly, his hands linked loosely in front of him. For a moment, no one spoke. The world outside the glass continued, but in here, time had narrowed down to the space between the table and the monitor on the wall, to the boy with his shoulders braced, and the two adults trying to decide how to rearrange his understanding of his own life. "All right," Hayes said at last. His voice was low, measured, as if he were careful not to startle something fragile. "Let's start with this. You came in today because your mother told you to, right?" Evan nodded. She wrote it down on the envelope. She said, "When I turn 14, I have to come to this exact bank and ask about the account." "Did she ever tell you what would be here?" Samantha asked, pulling out a chair but not sitting yet, hovering as if unsure whether to make the setting more formal or keep it casual. He shook his head. "No. She just kept saying it was important, that I had to promise. So I did." Hayes watched the way his fingers tapped against his knee, the way his jaw clenched, the way he looked at the folder like it might bite. "Okay," Hayes said. "So here's the part where I give you the headline version first and the details later. You have money here, Evan. A lot of money. It was set aside for you over several years, by your mother, through an investment she made a while back." He paused, giving the boy a chance to absorb that much. Evan stared at him. The words entered his ears, lined up, but refused to settle into a picture. A lot of money was something other people said on television. A lot of money was what people in houses with stairs and big backyards argued about over dinner. "What do you mean, a lot?" he asked, because he needed something concrete to hold on to, even if it slipped. Hayes glanced at Samantha. She nodded once. Someone had to say the number. It belonged to him more than it belonged to anyone else. "There is currently a balance of just over $18.7 million in the accounts tied to your trust," Hayes said. Silence followed, a silence that had a shape and a weight. Evan blinked once, slowly. He waited for the laugh. He waited for the correction, for the part where Hayes would clear his throat and say he'd misplaced the decimal, that it was 1,800 or 18,000 if some unbelievable miracle had happened. 18 million remained sitting in the air between them, taking up space. He exhaled, the breath leaving him in a way that felt detached from his body. His mind did the automatic conversions of someone used to measuring life in grocery trips. $100 meant a week of food if they were careful. 1,000 meant rent covered with some left over. Numbers beyond that blurred. He couldn't even begin to climb to 18 million. The staircase ended somewhere far below that. "No," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. That can't be right. We never had. We were always poor." He didn't say the word, but it hovered there, thick and familiar. The apartment with the peeling paint, the second-hand couch someone from church had given them, the nights when the fridge light fell on shelves that held more air than food. "I know it doesn't match what you've lived with," Hayes said, "but the numbers are real. I've watched them grow for years. Your mother made some very specific, very smart decisions a while back. She didn't change how she lived, but she changed what you would have to live with someday." Samantha sat down at last, the chair whispering against the floor. She looked at Evan, at the way he held himself rigidly, as if moving even a little might cause everything to crack. Memories were shifting inside him, whether he wanted them to or not. Late nights when his mother had come home with grease smudged along her jaw, but her eyes were lit up in a way that had nothing to do with exhaustion. "That company's going somewhere," she'd said once, sliding a takeout container across the table to him with a little grin. Might as well ride along. He hadn't known what she meant at the time. It had sounded like the kind of half-joke adults made to each other, not something that had anything to do with him. Now, the picture was being colored in. If she had that kind of money," he said slowly, why did she still work so much? Why did we get food from the pantry? Why didn't she just stop? His voice cracked on the last word. Not from anger, but from an old, buried confusion that had just found a new angle to emerge from. Hayes leaned back slightly, giving himself space to choose his words carefully. The trust papers in front of him were thick with legal language, but the real story behind them was simpler. "That's one of the things we'll talk about," he said, "because the way your mother saw it, this money was never about making her life easier. It was about making your life safer. That's a different kind of decision." He tapped the folder once, very lightly. "And if you're willing," he added, "I can show you exactly how she did it. There are records, notes, even some things she left here for you, for this day." Evan's eyes landed on the folder as if it had just changed temperature. Somewhere inside that stack of paper, there were choices his mother had made that she hadn't had the breath or the time to explain before the hospital bed swallowed up the last of her energy. The room felt suddenly smaller, not in a suffocating way, but in the way that made every detail sharper. The pattern in the carpet, the condensation on the water pitcher, the faint hum of the air vents. Downstairs, the lobby carried on. Customers came and went. Cards were swiped, checks deposited. Mr. Carter sat alone in his leather chair, trying to decide whether to demand someone's attention or wait and see what floated back down from upstairs. He had laughed earlier at the idea of a boy like that having any kind of balance that mattered. He did not feel much like laughing now, though he could not have said why. In the conference room, the screen on the wall went to its screensaver, a soft, slowly moving logo of the bank glowing and dimming. The real story, the one that would unravel the next set of truths, lay on the table between Evan's hands and the adults who had, knowingly or not, been guarding it for him. He reached out, almost imperceptibly, and let his fingertips brush the edge of the folder. "Okay," he said, his voice steadier than he felt. "Show me." The balance on the screen had loaded. The number had spoken. Now, the rest of the truth was waiting to be told. Hayes opened the folder like someone opening a door he had stepped through before. The papers inside were stacked neatly, corners aligned, the result of a habit formed long before this day. He had always believed that the way people treated their documents said something about the way they treated their lives. Laura Miller's documents were in order. He slid the first few pages out and turned them so they were facing Evan. The boy's eyes dropped to the black and white text automatically, but the language was dense, lines of whereas and hereby that might as well have been in another language. "We'll skip the legal poetry," Hayes said quietly. "I'll give it to you straight." Evan gave a short, jerky nod. His fingers rested on the edge of the paper, not quite touching the type. "This is the trust agreement your mother set up when you were 8, Hayes continued. "She moved assets into it over a period of years. She set rules about when you'd be told, when you could use it, and what for." "Rules," Evan repeated, the word making him think of chore charts and curfews. "What kind of rules?" "The kind she hoped would protect you from this number." Hayes tapped lightly on the summary page, where the balance stared back in stark print. Money this big can blow a person's life up just as easily as it can fix things. She knew that. Samantha watched the two of them, feeling like she was sitting in the front row of someone else's family conversation. She knew the outlines: trusts, age triggers, guardrails. But seeing it framed around this boy, this particular apartment and kitchen table and stack of unpaid bills, made it feel less like a product and more like a story she hadn't been invited to until now. How did she even get it? Evan asked. The question came from somewhere deeper than simple curiosity. It came from all the times he'd watched her count dollar bills twice, her lips moving as she tallied. Hayes flipped to a thinner, older-looking document toward the back. "She told me once that you liked taking things apart," he said. "Microwaves, radios, whatever people were throwing out." "I used to," Evan said, surprised that the banker knew that. "She'd bring them home, from jobs. I'd mess with them after homework." "Yeah," Hayes said. "She told me about that. She said you saw how things worked on the inside. She said she finally figured it out too, just later in life." He laid the document flat. At the top was the logo of a company that no longer looked like this on any current website. Back then, it had been a handful of letters and a simple graphic, designed by a friend in a cramped co-working space. She was called out to fix a washing machine in this office. Hayes went on. They were just starting. Young engineers, a founder who didn't know how to hold a wrench. The machine kept shutting off mid-cycle, flooding the floor. They'd already paid one service who'd shrugged and told them to buy a new one. Evan could see her in his mind, his mother in her work shirt, toolbox banging against her leg as she took the stairs instead of trusting the old elevator. He could picture her crouching in front of some stubborn washer, head tilted as she listened. "She did what she always did," Hayes said. "She took it apart, listened, found the real problem. She rebuilt a part instead of replacing the whole machine. Saved them thousands they didn't have." He turned to another sheet, this one a printout of an old email. The ink slightly faded. And when they tried to pay her for the emergency call, she told them she'd take less cash now in exchange for a little piece of what they were building. Evan frowned. "A piece?" "Equity," Hayes said. "Stock, ownership." They thought it was a joke at first. Then they realized she was serious. She signed the paperwork in that office kitchen, next to the sink full of coffee mugs. Laura had told that story once, in a lighter tone than what it really was. She'd come home that night with grease under her nails and a takeout pizza under her arm, dropping it on the table like she'd won something at the fair. "They didn't have the money," she'd said, half amused, half triumphant. "So I took the thing they did have." Now, in this chilled conference room, the punchline landed differently. "For a while," Hayes continued, "nothing happened. The company scraped by. Your mother kept working her regular route, fixing broken dishwashers and dryers all over town, picking you up from school, stopping at the grocery store with a calculator in her hand. But the startup grew. Slowly at first, then faster." He slid a graph across the table, a simple line chart that climbed, dipped, and climbed again over the span of years. "When they went public," he said, "the piece she owned suddenly became something else. On paper, she was worth more money than she knew what to do with." Evan stared at the line as it shot upward, a neat representation of something totally disconnected from the nights he had lain awake listening to the neighbor's TV bleed through the wall. "On paper," he echoed. "We never had that kind of life." "No," Hayes agreed, "because she moved most of it here, into this trust. She told me she was good at living on little. She'd been doing it her whole life." But she didn't want you to have to. Evan's throat tightened. The room blurred at the edges for a moment, then refocused. He remembered suddenly a night when he was 10. Rain had hammered at the windows, coming in sideways, the wind making the old building creak. The power had flickered twice, then gone out entirely, plunging the apartment into darkness. He had fumbled for his phone, its weak glow barely cutting the black. The fridge had gone quiet. So had the hum of the ancient window unit. His mother had lit 3 candles she kept under the sink. They had sat at the table with their faces painted in soft, wavering light, eating peanut butter from the jar and crackers from a box she'd pulled from the back of the cabinet. "This is what rich people do for fun," she had joked, balancing a cracker on her nose, making him laugh in the middle of his anger at the outage. "They call it a rustic dinner. Ambiance." He had complained about the landlord, about the power company, about how unfair it was. She had listened, nodding, letting him vent until the sharp edge dulled. Then she'd said more quietly, "We're not going to be here forever, you know." He had assumed she meant the apartment. He had not known that somewhere, in accounts he'd never seen, numbers were changing in ways that might carry them somewhere else entirely. "She didn't tell me," he said now, his voice rough. "She never said, not like this." "She couldn't bring herself to," Hayes said. "I asked her once why you didn't know. She said if she told you there was a pile of money waiting, you might spend your childhood staring at the horizon instead of learning how to stand where you were." Samantha let out a slow breath she hadn't realized she'd been holding. The logic was harsh and tender at the same time. It was the kind of choice a parent made with their own heart on the line. Hayes thumbed through the folder again and pulled out a smaller envelope, sealed, with Evan's name written on it in looping letters. The ink had bled slightly at one curve, as if the pen had paused there. "She left this with us," he said, placing it gently on the table in front of the boy. "It's dated about 6 months before she passed. She asked that it be given to you the first time you came in, about the trust after your 14th birthday." Evan stared at the envelope like it was something fragile and dangerous all at once. His name in her handwriting did something to the air in his chest, like it had been punched and emptied in one motion. "Can I?" "It's yours," Hayes said. "No one here has opened it. Whatever's inside she meant for you." Samantha looked away then, to give what privacy she could in a glass-walled room. Evan slid his thumb under the flap. The paper gave way with a soft tear. Inside was a single sheet of lined notebook paper, folded twice. He unfolded it carefully, smoothing it on the table. The handwriting was familiar. He'd seen it on school permission slips, on sticky notes on the fridge reminding him to thaw chicken, on the margin of old crossword puzzles she'd half finished during late-night TV reruns. "Hey, kiddo." The first 2 words blurred as his eyes filled. He blinked hard until the letters came back into focus. If you're reading this, it means one of 2 things. Either the world didn't end and you actually remembered what I told you to do at 14, or you're snooping through old papers, in which case, stop it. He let out a shaky breath that almost resembled a laugh. Of course she would start like that. "I'm guessing I'm not sitting across from you right now, bossing you about your posture, so I'm going to write a few things I wish I could say out loud. You probably found out there's more money attached to your name than makes any sense. I need you to know 2 things about that. First, you didn't get lucky. You got prepared. Luck is what people call it when they don't see all the nights you worked or all the risks you took. I took some of those risks. I worked those nights. You lived them with me. Second, this money is not a reward and it is not a test. It's a tool. The kind that can build or break things, depending on who's holding it and what they're trying to do. His eyes tracked each sentence slowly, his lips moving without sound as he read. I kept our life mostly the same on purpose. Not because you didn't deserve more, but because I wanted you to know how to fix a leaky faucet before you ever owned a house. How to stretch $20 before you ever spent $200. I wanted you to know that people who sweep floors and fix pipes and haul trash are not less than anybody. That includes the woman who raised you. He felt Samantha watching him from the corner of her eye, but he stayed with the page. So when some man in a nice shirt laughs at you in a lobby one day, and believe me, at some point someone will, remember this. His reaction says everything about him and nothing about you. His hand trembled as he reached that line because it felt too immediate, too aimed. He could almost see her, smirking a little as she wrote it, because she knew how the world worked. You are not the number on a screen. You are not the paint on your hands or the shoes on your feet. You are what you choose to do with both. I set this up so you could have options I never had. Education, a safe place to live, enough to help if you see someone else drowning. There are people at that bank, if I chose the right place, who will help you figure out the smart way to use it. Listen to the ones who talk to you like a person, not a project. He glanced up briefly at Hayes and Samantha, then back down. I love you. I am proud of you already, even for things you haven't done yet. Take care of your heart, take care of your sister, and don't let anyone convince you that kindness is stupidity. It's the only thing that stays when the market crashes. Now go drink some water and eat something. I know you. Your hands are probably shaking. Mom. By the time he reached the signature, tears had blurred the ink again. He swallowed, part embarrassed, part unwilling to apologize for it. The room held his grief softly. Hayes looked at his folded hands, giving him time. Samantha found a tissue box in a cabinet and slid it within reach without commentary. Evan wiped his face with the heel of his hand first, then took a tissue more out of respect for the gesture than need. The note lay open in front of him, the familiar curve of her words anchoring him in a way the numbers hadn't. She really thought this through, he managed. She did, Hayes said. She asked questions most people with 10 times her formal education never think to ask. She argued with me, for the record. 1, 2. The memory softened his face briefly. He had worried when she got sick that the plan would die with her. Seeing Evan here eased something he hadn't known was still knotted. So what happens now? Evan asked. Do I just walk out of here with a bag or something? That's not how this works, right? Despite everything, Samantha smiled. Definitely not, she said. We'd get in trouble first, and then you'd get in bigger trouble later. Hayes chuckled once. Your mother put a lot of restrictions in place, on purpose, he said. Until you're a bit older, there are caps on what you can take out in cash. There are rules about using it for education, for housing, for health. There's also room for discretion in emergencies. That's where someone like me comes in. You're like what? The guard dog? Evan asked, the image coming unbidden. It made him feel both safer and slightly caged. I prefer steward, Hayes said. But yes, part of my job is to protect you from other people. Part of it is to protect you from yourself, at least until you've got a bit more distance between you and this number. Evan thought of the guys in his building who bragged about what they'd do if they ever hit it big. Cars, shoes, trips to Vegas they'd only seen in movies. He tried to overlay that over his own sense of what he wanted and came up, blank. His wishes up to now had been smaller. A fridge that didn't hum so loud, a backpack without holes, a day when he didn't have to count coins at the bus stop. What if I want to help other people? He asked slowly. Not just us. There's this lady in our building, Mrs. Ruiz. She works nights and her stove's been broken for months. And there's this kid down the hall who never has decent shoes. And he cut himself off, embarrassed by how fast the ideas had crowded in once the door opened a crack. That, Hayes said, is exactly the kind of thing we can talk about. There are ways to do it that don't just throw cash at a problem and create new ones. But we don't have to solve all of that in one afternoon. He glanced at the wall clock. Right now, what I'd like is to make sure you get home safe, with information, not just shock. We'll schedule time to go through the details, slowly, with food involved. The mention of food made Evan realize he was hungry in a way that had nothing to do with money. It was the hollow, uncertain hunger of having your world rearranged. Downstairs, life in the lobby continued. Carter had finally approached another employee, irritation fronting for discomfort, and asked when someone would be free to see him. He was told, with polite efficiency, that there had been an unexpected matter that required management's attention and that he could either wait or reschedule. He chose to wait, more out of stubbornness than need, leafing through a glossy brochure without seeing a word. In the upstairs conference room, Evan folded his mother's letter carefully and slid it back into the envelope, then into the pocket of his backpack, behind the old notebook and the beat-up folder where he kept school assignments. The weight of it against the fabric felt different from the plastic of the card, different from the invisible weight of the number on the screen. One was a balance, the other was a voice. He fastened the backpack and sat back in his chair, the beginnings of a headache pressing at his temples. The world had not changed outside that glass wall. Cars still flowed along Congress. The sun still reflected off the windows of neighboring buildings. Somewhere, a bus driver still checked his mirrors and pulled away from a curb. But for him, there was a distinct before and after, divided by the moment the screen had loaded and by the curve of his mother's handwriting reminding him that he was more than whatever strangers thought when they looked at his shirt. "Can I ask you something?" he said, looking at Hayes. "Of course." If she did all this, if she built all this, why didn't anyone treat her like one of the important clients? The word important tasted strange in his mouth. Hayes held his gaze. "Some of us did," he said, "in the ways we could. But the world doesn't always see past uniforms and calloused hands." She knew that better than anyone. It's part of why she built this in the first place. So that, at least once in your life, you'd walk into a lobby and know the truth before anyone else did. Evan thought of Carter's laugh, the casual way he'd tossed out the word pennies. The embarrassment rose again, but now it carried a different undercurrent. He pictured walking back down those stairs, past the glass, past the leather chairs. He wondered what it would feel like to see the man's face when he understood. Not the number necessarily, but the fact that he had misjudged completely. The thought didn't bring the petty satisfaction he might have expected. It brought something else. A question about what he wanted to do with that mismatch between appearance and reality. His mother's words echoed, "You are not the number on a screen. You are what you choose to do with both." He didn't know yet what those choices would be. He only knew that, for the first time, the future felt like more than a series of bills coming due. "Okay," he said again, softer this time. The word was an acceptance, not just of the money, but of the conversation that would have to keep happening. Samantha stood, smoothing an invisible wrinkle from her blazer. "I'll walk you out," she said. "We'll get your next appointment on the books. And I'll give you my card. If anyone down there ever makes you feel like you don't belong, you call me, all right?" He looked up at her, seeing past the professional mask now, seeing the human behind it, the one who had stepped in between him and someone else's amusement. "Okay, Ms. Reed," he said. "Thank you." "Sam, remember?" she said, a small smile touching her mouth. "Sam," he corrected. Hayes gathered the folder, already mentally drafting the notes he'd need to make, the calls he'd place, the quiet adjustments to ensure that this boy would not be swallowed by the very thing meant to protect him. As they stepped back into the hallway, the letters safe in Evan's bag and the balance safe in the bank system, the day resumed its slow, ordinary churn. But for the people who had seen the screen, and for the boy who had watched their faces change, the truth had already begun to move things beneath the surface. When they stepped back into the hallway, Evan's eyes took a second to adjust. The light here was softer than downstairs, diffused through narrow windows that looked out over the city. The hum of the building's air system wrapped around them like white noise, soothing and anonymous. His backpack felt heavier now, not because of the thin envelope inside, but because of what it represented. His mother's voice, trapped in ink, her decisions sitting in numbers. They all walked with him. Samantha kept her pace easy, not so fast that he had to hurry to keep up, not so slow that it felt like escort. She pointed to the end of the hall where the staircase waited. "We'll take the stairs down," she said. "Elevator is too much like a movie scene. You don't need that today." He almost smiled. "What kind of movie?" "The kind they advertise as based on a true story and then get all the details wrong," she said. He did smile then, brief but real. It loosened something in his chest. Behind them, Hayes walked with his hands in his pockets, the folder tucked under his arm. He watched Evan's shoulders, the way they squared, then drooped, then squared again, as if the boy were testing out different versions of himself in real time. He wondered, not for the first time, how much of this Laura had imagined when she'd sat in his office and signed her name over and over on trust documents. She had been clear-eyed about risk and markets and legal language. But no one could truly script the moment a child found out his life had a hidden layer. On the stairs, their footsteps fell in a staggered pattern. Evan's mind drifted despite himself, saw his apartment, the chipped tile in the kitchen, the old couch, the window that stuck when he tried to open it. He thought about going back there now, stepping into that same space with the knowledge that somewhere in the guts of this bank building, a number with 7 digits before the decimal sat next to his name. It didn't make the rent check any less overdue. It didn't make the pantry magically full. But it changed what those things meant. They were no longer permanent conditions. They were temporary states. That difference was subtle, but it shifted everything. "Hey," Samantha said as they reached the landing. "I'm going to give you my card before you go, all right? Email, cell, the whole thing. If you get home and think of a question at midnight, you can send it. I might not answer at midnight, but you'll know where to put it." "Okay," he said. I probably will have a lot." "Good," she replied. "Questions are free in this place. Mistakes are expensive. Ask away." The joke was gentle, but she meant it. When they reached the door that opened onto the lobby, Samantha hesitated for a heartbeat. She knew what waited on the other side because she had sworn to herself years ago that she'd always be aware of the room she was about to walk back into. The lobby hadn't changed. It rarely did. The marble still gleamed. The chairs still sat in their neat row. The same muted painting of a Texas landscape still hung on the far wall, its blues and ochres suggesting a horizon that never moved. People had shifted, though. A woman in a red dress who had been at a teller window earlier now stood by the brochure racks. A man in a navy suit was talking quietly into his phone near the door. At the cluster of leather chairs, Mr. Carter still occupied his spot, one ankle now resting on his knee, a brochure open on his lap. He was not reading it. His eyes flicked up as the door opened. The first thing he saw was Samantha, then Hayes, behind her. Then he saw the boy, backpack slung over one shoulder, coming down the last steps. For just a second, their gazes met. It was long enough for both of them to catalog who the other had been earlier that day. Evan felt a flare of heat in his cheeks again, less intense than before, but sharper. He remembered how the man's laugh had sounded, how easily he'd turned him into a punchline. Carter remembered his own words as if someone had just played a recording. Kid that age, dressed like that. What's he going to have in there? Enough for a slice of pizza? At the time, it had felt like nothing. A throwaway line. A little friction to pass the waiting. Now, he was suddenly, painfully aware that the bank managers did not usually escort overdrafted teenagers to private conference rooms and keep them there for nearly an hour. The realization landed like a stone dropped through water. No splash, just a slow sink. His first instinct was defensive. He told himself he had just been joking, that the kid probably didn't even understand. He told himself this was his place too, that he had every right to say what he wanted in a lobby he helped pay for with his business. Underneath those reflexive defenses, something older shifted restlessly. He did not like the feeling. Samantha walked with Evan toward the front desk. Her posture was neutral, her expression composed. But she had spent years reading micro-expressions across counters and tables. She saw the way Carter's jaw tightened, the way his fingers gripped the glossy paper in his hands. She also saw the way Evan's shoulders tightened as they crossed the wide stretch of floor. "Hey," she said quietly, just for him. "You're doing fine." "I'm just walking," he muttered. "Exactly," she said. "You'd be amazed how many adults in this building can't handle that as well as you're doing." He huffed out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh, but it smoothed the line between his brows. At the information counter, Kelly stepped back automatically to let Samantha take her spot again. But Sam shook her head. "You're good, Kelly," she said. "I just need to grab a card." She opened a drawer, took out one of her business cards, and flipped it over on the counter. With a pen from the holder, she wrote a second phone number on the back. "This is my direct cell," she said, handing it to Evan. "Only give it to people you trust with a spare house key, okay?" "I don't know anyone with a house," he said, the honesty slipping out before he could stop it. She smiled. "Then people you'd trust to feed your dog. You get the idea." He nodded, tucking the card carefully into one of the narrower pockets of his backpack, away from where it might get bent. As he did, a shadow fell across the counter. Carter had stood up. He told himself he was just stretching his legs. He told himself he was going to the water cooler. But his path took him closer to the front of the desk than necessary. "Everything all right, Ms. Reed?" he asked, the question aimed at Samantha, but his eyes flicking to Evan. She could have answered with a simple yes and moved on. Instead, she made a choice. "Yes," she said. Mr. Miller and I took care of what his mother asked him to do. We'll be seeing a lot more of each other." The surname landed between them like a small marker. Mr. Miller. She hadn't used it downstairs when he first approached the desk. She used it now with intention. Carter's gaze sharpened. He replayed the scene from earlier in his mind. The way the kid had stammered over his words, the way his hands had trembled just slightly on the counter. He remembered his own laugh, the effortless way he'd reduced him to kid that age, dressed like that. He heard another set of words, older, from a voice he hadn't let himself think about in a long time. "You remember you were that kid, right?" His sister had said it once, years ago, when he'd made a crack at a family barbecue about someone in their cousin's apartment building. The remark had been lazy, tinged with the arrogance of fresh success. She'd shot him a look across the folding table and called him by his childhood nickname, reminding him of who he'd been before the suits and the meetings and the accounts. He had brushed it off. He was good at brushing things off. Now, in this air-conditioned lobby, with Samantha's neutral gaze on him and the boy standing close enough that he could see the dried paint on his fingers, it didn't brush off as easily. "I see," he said slowly. "Well, good. Glad you got it straightened out." There was an opening there. He could have let it close. He could have turned, made another joke about paperwork, retreated back into his chair in the comfortable sense of being the most important person in the room. Instead, something in his chest prickled with an old, unwelcome feeling, embarrassment. Not the kind he could laugh off, the kind that felt like a mirror held up at an unflattering angle. He cleared his throat. "Hey, kid," he said. Evan turned toward him, wary. "My name's Evan," he said, before he could stop himself. The correction came out small but firm. Carter blinked. "Right," he said. "Evan, look, Apologies did not come naturally to him. They felt like walking in shoes that didn't fit, stiff and unfamiliar. He had gotten out of the habit of wearing them a long time ago. "I shouldn't have talked the way I did earlier," he managed. "That was out of line." The words weren't eloquent, but they were more than most people in his position would have said out loud in a bank lobby. A few heads turned subtly. The security guard pretended to check something on his radio. Evan held his gaze. He had expected many things from this day. A bureaucratic brush-off, maybe, or a cold explanation that he'd misunderstood his mother's instructions. An apology from the man who'd laughed at him in front of strangers had not been on the list. He searched the man's face, looking for the smirk from earlier, for any hint that this was another joke. What he saw instead was discomfort. Real, awkward discomfort. The kind that came when someone who lived in corner offices and country clubs had to look at a 14-year-old and admit they'd been wrong. For a moment, Evan wanted to say something clever, something sharp that would stick under the man's skin the way his earlier words had stuck under his. His brain offered up a few lines, fragments of dialogue he'd seen in shows where kids outsmarted adults. Then he thought about his mother's letter. So when some man in a nice shirt laughs at you in a lobby one day, and believe me, at some point someone will, remember this: his reaction says everything about him and nothing about you. He realized this. Right now was the moment she'd written about. Not the number on the screen, not the balance. This, the man in the nice shirt, trying to figure out how to unspool his own behavior. "It's okay," Evan said at last. It wasn't exactly forgiveness, and it wasn't exactly permission. It was a bridge. Carter looked like he wasn't sure he deserved it. "It really isn't," he said. "But thank you for saying that." He shifted, suddenly restless. He had come over expecting to reassert himself, to smooth over an awkward moment for his own benefit. Instead, he felt smaller, not in a humiliating way, in a way that reminded him of being young and standing in line at a bank with his mother, watching her count and recount a stack of worn bills. He saw now, uncomfortably clearly, that he had become the kind of man she used to complain about under her breath on the bus ride home. Anyway, he added, retreating to the familiar ground of practicalities, if you ever need advice or something, there are people here who know what they're doing. He glanced at Samantha and Hayes. You picked the right place, it seems. His mother did, Hayes said from behind them. He had hung back, letting the exchange happen without intervening, but he stepped in now to reclaim the center of the interaction. Years ago? Carter inclined his head, a concession. Smart woman, he said. You have no idea, Hayes replied. There was a moment then where the roles in the lobby shifted just slightly. The invisible lines of who mattered most blurred. The boy with the paint on his fingers was not just a kid anymore, not to the people who knew what number sat next to his name and what story sat behind it. To the rest of the lobby, he was still just another teenager with a backpack. That too mattered. It meant he still had some anonymity left, some space to grow without being watched as a walking balance sheet. Samantha checked the time again. Do you have a way to get home, Evan? She asked. Bus, ride, anything like that? Yeah, he said. I take the bus. The stop's a couple blocks over. I'll walk you to the door, she said. Just to the curb. After that, you're on your own. I don't want to be the person your neighbors blame if you turn into trouble. He smiled again, slightly more easily this time. I think that ship sailed already. They moved toward the exit. The security guard nodded at them. His earlier skepticism softened into something like respect. Kelly watched from behind the desk, the scene making a quiet impression she would think about later, on her break, when she replayed the boy's face in her mind. Carter sat back down, the brochure still open on his lap. He didn't look at it. He stared instead at his own hands, at the manicured nails, at the cufflink glinting neatly at his wrist. He thought of the boy's hands, paint-flaked and restless. He heard faintly his sister's voice, again. You remember you were that kid, right? For the first time in a while, he let the memory expand instead of shutting it down. Outside, the afternoon sun hit them as soon as the sliding doors opened. The air was hotter than when Evan had arrived, the day having settled into full Texas heat. The sounds of traffic replaced the muted hum of the lobby. Horns, distant sirens, a bus chugging somewhere up the street. Samantha stopped just shy of the curb. You okay to get home? She asked again, out here, where the question felt less like bank protocol and more like human concern. Yeah, he said. I've been doing it for a while. I figured, she replied. Just had to ask. Occupational hazard. He shifted his backpack higher on his shoulder. So, I'm supposed to come back? He asked. For more details? Yes, she said. We'll set some dates. Hayes will walk you through the boring parts and the important parts. Sometimes they're the same thing. He nodded. And you'll be here? Most days, she said. This place doesn't run itself, unfortunately. Okay. There was more he could have said. Thank you felt too small. See you later felt too casual. Nothing he could think of covered the territory between standing outside looking in and walking out with a letter that rewrote the past 5 years. So he settled for something that matched the scale of the moment in his own way. I'm glad it was you at the desk, he said. not just anybody. Her expression softened. "Me too," she said. He turned then and started down the sidewalk, away from the homogeneous gleam of the financial district, and toward the bus stop where the bench paint was chipped and the shade wasn't quite enough. Each step felt oddly deliberate, as if someone were filming him from above, as if this were the part of the movie where the music swelled. But there was no soundtrack, no camera, just the low thrum of the city and the weight of his backpack against his spine. He passed storefronts and office entrances, the smells of coffee and hot tar and something fried from a food truck mixing into a uniquely urban blend. People walked past him, talking into phones, juggling laptops and iced drinks, living in a world where his life had not just tilted on a massive axis. He reached the bus stop and sat down on the bench. The metal was warm under his thighs. He set his backpack beside him and rested his forearms on his knees, looking at the street, not really seeing it. In his mind, he opened the envelope again. "Hey, kiddo." The bus arrived a few minutes later, braking with a slow, heavy exhale. The doors folded open. He climbed aboard, tapped his card, took his usual seat toward the middle. As the bus pulled away, Lone Star First grew smaller in the rear window, its glass reflecting the sky. Back in the lobby, the day continued. Someone dropped a pen and bent to pick it up. A courier signed for a package. Phones rang. Somewhere in the back, a coffee maker burbled and sputtered out a fresh pot. At the row of leather chairs, Carter finally stood and went to the front desk to reschedule his meeting. His voice was polite, subdued. As he turned to leave, he glanced once toward the stairs Evan had come down, a flicker of something unreadable crossing his face. He had laughed at the idea of the boy's balance. Now, without knowing the exact number, he understood that the joke had never really been about money. It had been about who he had allowed himself to become. And whether he liked it or not, the truth on that screen had loaded for him too. The bus rattled its way out of downtown, trading glass towers and wide sidewalks for narrower streets and buildings that had grown tired years ago. The advertisements taped above the bus windows shifted from law firms and boutique gyms to payday lenders and check cashing services, the kind of places that promised quick fixes and charged double for the privilege. Evan watched the city change without really seeing it. His forehead rested lightly against the cool glass, his reflection a faint overlay on the view outside. Every time he closed his eyes, the bank lobby rose up again. Marble, glass, Carter's smirk, the pulse of humiliation when people had looked up at the word pennies. Then the conference room, the number on the page, his mother's handwriting. "Hey, kiddo." The world inside the bus did not know that a boy with paint on his fingers had just found out he was supposed to be rich. 2 stops before his, a group of middle school kids got on, their backpacks thumping against their sides, their conversation loud and unfiltered. They argued about a video game, about who was cheating and who just wasn't that good. One of them, tall, skinny, with a sweatshirt tied around his waist, complained about having to share headphones with his younger brother. "Dude, he drools on them," he said, shuddering dramatically. "It's disgusting." The others laughed. Evan listened, a faint, almost painful nostalgia curling in his chest. There had been a time, not that long ago, when his biggest problem had been arguing with his little sister over who got the corner slice of pizza, the one with the crispy cheese. Life had been small and crowded then, but it had been full of her voice. He glanced at the plastic watch on his wrist. After school, she would be at Mrs. Ruiz's, in the apartment downstairs. That had been the arrangement since their mother got sick. The older woman picking her up from the bus stop. making sure homework got done and something resembling dinner made it onto a plate. Soon, she was going to have to be part of this. It wouldn't just be his secret to carry. He wasn't sure that thought made it easier or harder to breathe. When the bus pulled up to his stop, he stood and slung his backpack over one shoulder. The driver gave him a brief nod as he stepped down to the sidewalk. The heat hit him fully again, heavier now than it had been in the sheltered downtown streets. Out here, the sun bounced off asphalt and brick, making the air ripple. His building sat halfway down the block, a 3-story rectangle of old red brick and peeling white trim. The metal railings on the stairs had been painted so many times over the years that the layers had turned soft around the edges. The front door stuck on humid days. Today, it yielded after he leaned his weight into it, the familiar resistance giving way. Inside, the hallway smelled like old carpet, cleaning chemicals, and someone's dinner frying in too much oil. A ceiling fan turned lazily above, pushing the warm air around more than cooling it. He took the stairs 2 at a time, habit more than urgency. Their apartment was on the 2nd floor, end of the hall, the one with the dented number 207 screwed slightly crooked to the door. The doormat still read, "Welcome," in faded letters, even though the edges had curled up and one corner was missing. He unlocked the door and stepped inside. The apartment greeted him with the same familiar, frayed comfort as always. The living room was small, dominated by the second-hand couch pressed against one wall. The fabric had a pattern that had once been floral and was now just a vague swirl of muted color. The coffee table had a long scratch down the middle, the result of a dropped toolbox years ago. The TV sat on a mismatched stand, its screen dark. For a moment, standing there, he had the odd sensation that he'd expected it to look different, as if the number in the bank's computer might have rearranged the furniture in his absence, patched the crack in the plaster above the window, replaced the thin curtains with something heavier. Of course it hadn't. The apartment was the same. It was he who had shifted, by a degree he couldn't yet measure. He dropped his backpack onto the couch, and the thud sounded normal. He didn't take the envelope out yet. He knew if he opened it again, if he read her words again, he might not move for the rest of the day. On the small kitchen counter, a note sat propped against the sugar jar. The paper was a torn-off corner of something that had once been a bill. The handwriting, a neat, looping script, belonged to Mrs. Ruiz. "Luce is with me. Homework done. She ate a sandwich and half my plantains. Come when you're home. R." The sight of his sister's name, a candle in a different language, the way their mother had said, pinched something tender and grounding in him. He checked the time again. She'd be expecting him. He poured himself a glass of water from the tap, the stream sputtering once before smoothing out. The water tasted slightly metallic, as always. He drank anyway, draining the glass, then rinsed it and left it in the sink. On the fridge, a magnet in the shape of a yellow smiley face held up a crumpled worksheet from his sister's last spelling test. She had circled the word future 3 times, just because she liked how it looked. He looked at it a moment longer, then turned and headed back out, locking the door behind him. On the 1st floor, the hallway was dimmer. A flickering light bulb near the stairwell cast a pulsing glow over the walls. The door to 103 stood open a few inches, letting out the sounds and smells of another life. Spanish talk radio murmuring from a small speaker, the scent of frying plantains and onions and cumin. He knocked lightly on the doorframe. "Come in," a voice called, warm and brisk. He pushed the door open and stepped into the Ruiz apartment. It was roughly the same size as his, but it felt fuller. Framed photos crowded the walls, relatives at weddings, kids in school uniforms, a younger version of Mrs. Ruiz standing in front of a small house with flowers in the yard. A rosary hung from a nail near the kitchen, its beads dark with years of hands. At the small bar table by the window, his sister sat hunched over a sheet of paper, pencil moving in quick, decisive strokes. A strand of dark hair fell in her face, and she blew it out of the way without looking up. "Hey, Luce," he said. She looked up at the sound of his voice, her eyes bright, and whatever blue had been sitting in him since he left the bank shifted at the sight of her. "Finally," she said. "You're late." "You're bossy," he replied automatically. The exchange was old, an easy groove. She hopped up from the chair and crossed the room in a few steps, hugging him around the middle before he could decide whether he was ready for it. He folded an arm around her shoulders, his chin resting briefly on the top of her head. She smelled like pencil shavings and cooking oil and the strawberry shampoo they both shared. "You look weird," she said, pulling back to peer up at his face. "Did something happen?" "Always straight to the interrogation," Mrs. Ruiz said from the stove, where she was carefully turning slices of plantain in a pan. She was a small woman in her late 50s, with hair pulled back into a bun that never quite stayed put, and eyes that missed nothing. "Let the boy breathe." "He's making his thinking too much face," Luce insisted. "He only does that when something happened." Evan tried to relax his expression. "Nothing happened," he said, then immediately knew it was the wrong choice. The lie sounded hollow in his own ears. In this apartment, where people had a habit of reading between the lines, it rang even louder. Mrs. Ruiz turned off the stove and wiped her hands on a towel. "Mijo," she said, her tone gentling. "If you tell your sister nothing, she's going to follow you around for 3 days until you say something. Save yourself." Luce folded her arms. "See? She understands me." Evan hesitated, his mouth going dry. He had not yet said the number out loud, not even to himself in an empty room. The idea of letting it out here, in this small kitchen, felt both sacred and dangerous. He didn't have to tell them everything right now. He knew that. Hayes had told him they would go slowly, that nothing had to be decided today. But there was a difference between decisions and truths. Some truths, once they arrived, refused to sit quietly in a corner. He glanced at the stove. The front burner was turned off, the coil dull. The oven door was tied shut with a length of twine looped around the handle. "Stove still broken?" he asked, deflecting for a moment. "Stove died a noble death," Mrs. Ruiz said. "It is resting. The landlord says he will replace it next month for 3 months now. So we improvise." She gestured at the electric skillet on the counter, where another batch of plantains waited. "This one does the best it can." Evan filed the detail away in the part of his brain that had been making lists since he left the bank. Mrs. Ruiz's stove. The kid down the hall with the 2 small shoes. The leak in their own bathroom ceiling. Hayes had said not to try to fix everything in one afternoon, but the urge to start somewhere thrummed in him. "Eat," she said, breaking his chain of thought. She set a plate in front of him, plantain slices arranged in a rough circle, a bowl of black beans off to the side. "Then you can tell us why you are walking around like a cloud." He smiled despite himself. "Cloud. Gray on the outside, full of things on the inside," she said, tapping her chest. "And raining on my floor later if you don't let it out." Luce snorted. That was dramatic. You like dramatic, Mrs. Ruiz said. Now sit, both of you. My soap opera is over. I need real life. They sat at the small table, knees bumping under the surface. The fan in the corner pushed the warm air around, making the thin curtains at the window belly in and out. Evan took a bite of plantain. The sweetness grounded him, pulled him briefly out of the echo of conference rooms and bank jargon. So, Luz said, bouncing a little in her chair. What happened? You went to that big fancy bank, right? The one on the corner where the people look at us funny when we walk by? Luz, Mrs. Ruiz said, though she didn't disagree. It's fine, Evan said. He put the fork down, his appetite sliding sideways. Yeah, I went. And? She pressed. He looked at her, at the way her eyes shone with curiosity, not yet weighed down by the complicated dance of money and pride and shame that adults did in their heads. He thought of his mother's line in the letter. Take care of your sister. She hadn't specified how. She hadn't given him a script. She had trusted him to figure it out. The bank had this account, he said slowly, in my name. Mom set it up, with money from some company she invested in. Mr. Hayes, you'll meet him, he explained it all. Luz frowned. Mom invested? In what? In a startup, he said. Like those apps you hear about on the news. She took stock instead of money once when they couldn't pay her. It turned into more. How much more? She asked, not shy about it at all. He hesitated, the numbers sitting on his tongue like a foreign word he wasn't sure he was pronouncing correctly. A lot, he said. That's not an answer, she shot back. That's what people say when they don't want to tell you. Mrs. Ruiz watched them, elbow on the table, chin in her hand. She had seen many kinds of secrets unfold at kitchen tables. Pregnancies, affairs, job losses, small wins. This one she could feel had a different charge. Evan exhaled through his nose, long and slow. He could keep dodging. He could say, enough to help, and leave it there. But this was his sister. They'd spent years sharing plans for imaginary wins, a lottery ticket, a talent show, a mysterious relative leaving them a house with stairs. You can't tell anyone yet, he said finally. Okay? Not the kids at school, not anyone at church, not the landlord, nobody. I mean it, Luz. She straightened in her chair. I'm not a baby, she said. I know how to keep my mouth shut. Sometimes. This is one of the times, he said, voice firmer than he felt. If people know, they're going to look at us different. Some will want things. Some will try to tell us what to do. We need time to figure it out first. She nodded slowly, recognizing something in his tone. Okay, she said. I swear, on every episode of my favorite show. That's serious, Mrs. Ruiz murmured. Yeah, Evan said. It is. He held her gaze for one more second, then tipped the number into the space between them. 18.7 million, he said. Dollars. The words did not echo, but they stretched, filling the small kitchen. For a heartbeat, no one moved. The fan rotated in its steady arc. Outside, a siren wailed faintly somewhere in the distance, rising and falling as it passed through their neighborhood. Luz's mouth fell open, then snapped shut. Her eyebrows climbed to a height he hadn't seen before. Like on TV? She managed. Those people with the giant checks and the balloons. No balloons, he said. No giant check, just numbers on a screen. Her brain moved in leaps. We're rich? She asked, the word both delighted and disbelieving. I don't know if that's the right word, he said. What other word is there? She demanded. That's more than our building is worth. That's more than every car on this street. That's a lot, he finished for her, because he couldn't think of anything better either. Mrs. Ruiz had gone still. Her fingers curled lightly around the glass of water in front of her, knuckles pale. She had spent her life making small amounts of money stretch across months, watching friends and family chase and lose sums that would have changed everything. Hearing that a boy from the second floor now had a number like that attached to his name tugged at something deep. "Your mother," she said, and had to stop for a second, to the emotion catching. She cleared her throat. "She did this?" "Yeah," Evan said softly. "With some guy named, well, with Hayes' help. She planned it." He could see her face in his mind, the way she'd leaned back in her chair sometimes and stared at the ceiling like she was doing math no one else could see. Luce's eyes filled suddenly, not with visions of clothes and phones, but with an image of their mother at the sink, sleeves rolled up, telling them not to waste water while it ran. "She never told us," she said, voice wobbling between accusation and awe. "I think she couldn't," Evan said. "Not without messing something up. She left a letter." He touched his backpack. "For me. She talked about it like a tool, not a prize, not a magic ticket." He remembered the exact line. "This money is not a reward, and it is not a test. It's a tool." "A tool for what?" Luce asked. "That's what we have to figure out," he said. "For school. For a better place to live. For other stuff." Her mind leaped ahead. "We could leave," she said. "This building, this street. We could get a house with a yard, and a dog, and a dishwasher that doesn't sound like it's choking." Her excitement tugged at him. He wanted to say yes, to let her spin whole new worlds out of the number that had just dropped into their laps. But something in him pushed for caution, echoing his mother's worry that too much horizon could make you lose your footing. "Eventually," he said. "We're not packing tonight. There are rules, and people we have to talk to, and school, and you promised your mother not to sprint," Mrs. Ruiz supplied gently. "Something like that," he admitted. She sat back, studying him as if seeing a slightly different version of the boy who'd been coming through her door for years. Not because of the money. She had known plenty of people who had stumbled into small fortunes and lost themselves. But because of the way he held the news. There was fear, sure, and shock, and a thin line of anger at being left in the dark. But there was also a kind of wary responsibility, an instinct to protect more than just himself. "Listen to me, both of you," she said. "Money like that, it brings out the best and the worst in people, sometimes in the same person. You be careful. You keep your heads. And you remember your mother did not raise you to forget where you came from." Luce nodded vigorously. "We won't," she said. "I mean, I might forget the stove, but not everything." The older woman laughed, the sound easing the tension that had coiled around the table. "You better not forget my stove," she said. "It's holding this place together with sheer stubbornness and garlic." Evan smiled. "We'll figure something out," he said. The words came out before he could stop them. They felt good, right? Even if he didn't yet know what something looked like. He stayed downstairs longer than usual that afternoon. They ate plantains and beans, and Luce forced him to look at the drawing she had been working on. A sketch of their building with exaggerated windows and clouds dressed as animals. His mind kept drifting back to the letter in his bag, to Hayes' calm explanation, to Samantha's card tucked into a side pocket. But every time it drifted too far, something small and immediate pulled it back. Luce laughing at her own bad joke. Mrs. Ruiz scolding the radio host in rapid-fire Spanish. the drip of the faucet over the sink. By the time he dragged himself upstairs to their own apartment, the light outside had shifted toward evening. The air had cooled slightly, enough that when he opened the window in the living room, a thin breeze moved the curtain, bringing in the smell of cut grass from somewhere down the block. He sat on the couch, backpack in his lap, and opened it. The envelope was still there, edges soft from being handled, but intact. He slid the letter out again and read it slowly, word by word, letting each line settle differently now that it had been said out loud to someone else. Take care of your heart. Take care of your sister. Don't let anyone convince you that kindness is stupidity. He thought of Carter in the bank lobby, his apology awkward and incomplete. He thought of the landlord with his promises of next month. He thought of the kid upstairs whose shoes flapped when he ran. Kindness, he realized, was going to get complicated. His phone buzzed on the cushion beside him, a cheap model with a cracked corner. A new text from an unknown number lit. The screen. This is Sam from the bank. Just making sure you got home okay. Also, drink of water and eat something. S. He stared at it for a second, then typed back. Got home. 8. Mrs. R. fed us. Thanks. E. 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. Good. We'll be in touch this week to set up a time with Hayes. In the meantime, remember what your mom said. Tool, not magic. S. He didn't remember telling her that phrase, but it didn't surprise him that she had intuited it. Some people were like that. They could see around the edges of a thing. He put the phone down and leaned his head back against the couch, closing his eyes. In another part of the city, in a house with cool floors and a kitchen island big enough to seat 6, Carter stood at his own counter, staring at a glass of bourbon he'd poured more out of habit than desire. The ice floated, clinking softly against the sides as it melted, untouched. He thought about the lobby, about the boy's face, about the word Miller, spoken with such casual weight by Hayes. He thought about the apology he'd given, short, stumbling, and the boy's response. It's okay. It wasn't. They both knew that. But there was something in the exchange that unsettled him more than outright condemnation might have. He was used to being argued with. He was not used to being quietly forgiven. He set the glass down on the counter without drinking. The bourbon smell rose around him, rich and familiar, suddenly cloying. For the first time in years, he wondered what people at the bank saw when he walked into the lobby. Not the account balance, not the portfolio. The man. The truth on that screen had started as a number next to someone else's name. It was becoming something else entirely. A mirror he couldn't quite avoid. In the small apartment on Maple Street, Evan opened his eyes and stared at the water stain on the ceiling above him. The day had stretched out, uneven, from the moment. He'd pressed his hand against the glass door of the bank till now, when the city hummed outside and his sister's soft singing drifted down the hall from the bedroom. He didn't know yet what he was going to do with the number in the bank's system. He didn't know what he was going to do with the landlord or the stove or the kid upstairs. He only knew that doing nothing wasn't going to be an option for very long. The balance had loaded. His mother's words had. Now his choices would too. The email came 3 days later. It arrived in the middle of third period math, sliding into Evan's inbox with a small notification that lit up the corner of his phone. He wasn't supposed to have his phone out. Mr. Chung had a strict policy about devices that he repeated so often you could hear it in your sleep. But Evan had slipped the phone into the open pocket of his backpack, propped beside his desk just enough that he could see the screen if he glanced down at an angle. The light caught his eye as he pretended to copy an equation from the board. From Samantha Reed, subject, follow-up and next steps. The sight of her name sent a quick pulse through his chest. The classroom faded for a second, the rustle of notebook pages, the scrape of a chair, Mr. Chang's steady explanation about slopes and intercepts. He forced his eyes back up, copying the problem with more pressure than necessary. The numbers on the board blurred into the numbers on the screen in his memory. 18.7 million. By now, the shock had settled into something else. A low, constant awareness. Like a second heartbeat he could hear if he stopped paying attention to anything else. When the bell finally rang, he waited until the rush of students had shoved its way into the hall before he checked the message properly, leaning against the cool metal of a locker that didn't belong to him. Hi, Evan. Hope your week is going okay. As promised, I've coordinated with Mr. Hayes to schedule a time for you to come in and go over the trust in more detail. We can do this Thursday at 4 p.m. if that works for you. If you need a different time, bus schedule, sister's pickup, etc., tell me what does work and we'll make it happen. Also, this is the part where I remind you that you are allowed to ask as many dumb questions as you want. The only truly dumb move is pretending you understand when you don't. Sam P.S. Drink water. I can feel you forgetting. He snorted under his breath at that last line, then realized his mouth was dry. He found the water fountain at the end of the hall and took a few gulps, the coolness cutting through the cotton in his throat. Thursday at 4. He mentally laid the time over his usual routine. School ended at 3:10. The bus from here to downtown ran every 15 minutes. If he caught the earlier one, he could make it with a cushion. Luce's bus got in closer to 4. Mrs. Ruiz could get her. He'd already told her about the second meeting. The older woman had nodded and said she'd handle it, her tone brooking no argument. He typed back a quick reply between classes, thumbs moving faster now than they ever did on homework. Thursday works. See you then. E. The rest of the day dragged and slipped at the same time. His teachers talked. His friends joked about a video that had gone around the group chat the night before. At lunch, someone complained loudly about the price of the cafeteria burritos. Evan nodded in the right places, laughed when it was expected. But the conversation felt like it was happening through a layer of glass. He kept thinking about the folder on the conference table, about his mother's letter folded in his backpack, about the trust rules Hayes had only skimmed the surface of. Restrictions, education, housing, health, emergencies. He thought of Mrs. Ruiz's stove. That night, after Luz had gone to bed and the apartment had settled into the quiet hum of refrigerators and distant televisions, he sat at the kitchen table with a sheet of notebook paper in front of him. The page was blank except for the word tool written at the top in his looping, inconsistent handwriting. Underneath, he started making a list. Rent, Luz's shoes, new, not thrift store. Groceries that aren't just pasta and canned sauce. Pay back Mrs. R for all the food, babysitting everything. Fix Mrs. R's stove. College? Do I even want to go? Where? Better place to live. Not now. Later. Bus pass for a year. Art supplies that don't dry out in 2 days. His handwriting crowded the lines, slanting as his mind moved faster than his pen. At the bottom, almost as an afterthought, he wrote, "Figure out what Mom would do." He stared at that last line for a long time. It was both the simplest and the hardest item. Thursday came. The sky that afternoon was a hard, flat blue, no clouds to soften the sun. He timed the bus just right this time. His body, now familiar with the ride downtown in a way it hadn't been when he'd first stepped through the bank's glass doors. Walking into Lone Star First again felt different. The lobby was the same, the marble, the high ceilings, the quiet. But this time, he didn't pause on the mat. The security guard recognized him, nodding once with something like respect in his eyes. "Afternoon, Evan," he said. "Hey," Evan replied, a little surprised that the man had remembered his name. At the information desk, Kelly smiled with less effort than before. "Hi there," she said. "Sam's expecting you. Go ahead and take the stairs up. 3rd floor, same conference room as last time." He thanked her and headed for the stairs, his heart beating faster as he climbed. Not from the exertion, but from the anticipation. He had spent the last 3 days rehearsing questions in his head and still felt unprepared. In the conference room, Hayes was already there. A stack of thicker folders. On the table this time, a legal pad at his elbow. He rose when Evan walked in, offering his hand. The gesture was practiced, professional, but there was something fatherly baked into it now. "Good to see you again, Evan," he said. "You too," Evan replied, shaking his hand. You weren't kidding about the paperwork." Hayes smiled, lines crinkling at the corners of his eyes. "This place runs on paper and coffee," he said. "We're fully stocked on both." Samantha slipped in a moment later, coffee cup in one hand, a reusable water bottle in the other. She set the water in front of Evan without comment. "I'm not even going to ask," she said. "Just drink." He twisted the cap and took a sip, more out of obedience than thirst. "All right," Hayes said, settling back into his chair. "Today, we're going to start with the basics of how this trust works. Not all the fine print, that can wait, but enough that you know what you can and can't do right now." He flipped open the top folder, revealing a summary page with simpler language than the dense legal version from last time. Someone had gone through and highlighted key sections in yellow. "Your mother set 3 big categories for how this money can be used," he continued. "Education, housing, and what she called stability, which covers things like healthcare, emergencies, basic living expenses if you're in school or starting out in a job that doesn't pay much yet." He pointed to each section in turn with the end of his pen. "Within those categories, there are limits per year," he said. "Caps on how much can be taken out in cash, caps on how much can go to certain expenses. This is to keep you from burning through everything at once, even if you wanted to." "I don't," Evan said quickly. I don't think I do. I wrote some stuff down." He reached into his backpack and pulled out the sheet of notebook paper. The word "tool" stared up at him from the top like a challenge. He hesitated for a second, then slid it across the table. Hayes took it, reading the list without comment at first. As he scanned the words, something like pride flickered in his chest. Not because the items were unusual, they weren't, but because of the order. Rent and Luce's shoes came before anything that smelled like luxury. Samantha leaned over just enough to see. Fix Mrs. R's stove made her mouth tighten in a small, involuntary smile. "This is a good start," Hayes said. "Very practical. Let's go through them one by one and see where they fit." He tapped the first line. "Rent. Your mother did allow for housing assistance. Right now, you're a minor, so any rental agreement would still technically be under a guardian's name. But the trust can contribute to the cost. We'd need to document the payments properly. That's doable." Evan nodded, some small knot in his chest loosening. The idea that he could stop watching the calendar with dread every month was almost more overwhelming than the initial number had been. "Loses shoes," Hayes continued. "Clothing falls under basic living expenses within reason. If you tell me you want to buy her 10 pairs of designer sneakers in 1 month, We're going to have a conversation. If we're talking about a decent pair that fits, that's exactly what this is for." He moved down the list slowly, explaining with each item how it might be handled. Groceries? Yes, some, within a budget. College? Definitely, if he chose that path. Better place to live? Eventually, but not impulsively. When he reached Fix Mrs. R's stove, he paused. "Tell me about this one," he said. Evan shifted in his chair. "She's our downstairs neighbor," he said. "She's been watching Luce after school, feeding us. Her stove's been broken forever. The landlord keeps saying he'll fix it and then doesn't. She's cooking everything on this little electric thing and it keeps tripping the breaker." Hayes listened, picturing the apartment from the way Evan described it. The broken appliances, the jury-rigged solutions. "She's not family," Hayes said. "Not as a challenge, but as a checkpoint. You understand that from a legal standpoint, this trust is set up for you and, to a degree, your sister, not the entire building." "I know," Evan said quickly. It feels wrong to fix everything up here and leave her stove busted. She's part of the reason we're still even sort of okay." Samantha spoke up then. "There might be a way to categorize something like that under household support," she said. "If she's essentially been providing childcare in exchange for partial rent or food, and the stove is part of that." Hayes nodded slowly. "We could make the argument," he said. "But here's where we start to see the edge of the map. Your mother didn't set this up as a general charity fund. She built it to make sure you and your sister didn't fall through the cracks. Anything outside that, we have to handle carefully." "So, it's a no," Evan said, his stomach dropping a little. "I didn't say that," Hayes replied. "I said it's not as simple as write a check, buy a stove. There are other ways to help. Sometimes the problem isn't just the broken appliance. It's the landlord, or the building, or the way the whole arrangement is stacked. We can talk about that." He flipped to another section in the folder, one that outlined something called discretionary disbursements. The language there was more flexible, meant for circumstances that didn't fit neatly into categories. "Your mother trusted me to make some judgment calls," he said. "Which means sometimes I'm going to tell you no. Sometimes I'm going to tell you yes, but not like that. And sometimes I'm going to tell you that you're thinking about it exactly the right way and we'll figure it out together." Evan sat back, processing. The idea that someone else had veto power over his ideas was irritating on one level. On another, it was a relief. He didn't want all of this responsibility sitting entirely in his lap. "Okay," he said quietly. "I can live with that." Hayes glanced at Samantha, a silent conversation passing between them. They had both seen young people spin out when handed too much too fast. They had also seen what happened when gatekeepers protected money so fiercely they strangled any chance it had to do good. "This isn't all on you," Samantha said. "Think of this like you're co-piloting. You don't have to know how to land the plane in a storm yet. You just have to keep your eyes open and say something if you see a mountain." "That's a terrifying metaphor," he said. She grinned. "You're not wrong." They went on like that for another hour. The details were dry on the surface. Percentages, tax implications, contribution limits. But beneath them ran a deeper current. They were, in essence, laying down the first planks of a bridge between the life he'd had and the life he might be able to build. At one point, when the conversation drifted toward education, Hayes asked, "Do you have any idea what you might want to do after high school?" Evan hesitated, He thought of the things he enjoyed, drawing, taking things apart, the satisfaction of fixing something that had been broken. He thought of the way his mother's face had lit up when she'd told the story about the washing machine and the startup. Something with design, maybe? He said slowly. Or engineering? I like knowing how things work, not just machines, systems. Hayes nodded. That tracks, he said. Good news is, this trust is built to support that, if that's where you end up. You don't have to decide today. As they wrapped up, Hayes slid a thinner, separate folder across the table. This, he said, is something I've been thinking about since you left the other day. It's a very rough outline, no commitment. Just an idea. Evan opened it. Inside were a few typed pages with headings that jumped out even when he didn't read the paragraphs yet. Community Support Pilot Local Education, Grants Appliance Repair, Home Safety Fund. What is this? He asked. When your mother first came to me, Hayes said, she talked about how many people she met on her routes who were one broken fridge away from losing everything in their kitchen, one busted heater away from having to choose between repair and rent. She said if she ever had the chance, she'd want to set aside a little something to help people like that without making them beg. He looked at Evan steadily. She never lived long enough to develop that piece. But the trust has a provision that allows for a certain percentage of the annual growth, just the growth, not the core, to be directed toward broader support in your community. With rules, with structure, if you want that, if you're involved. It took a moment for the meaning to settle. You're saying, Evan began, you're saying we could, what? Start some kind of thing to help with stuff like Mrs. R's stove, not just hers? Maybe, Hayes said, if we do it right, and if we remember that you're 14, not a full-time foundation director. It would be small at first, targeted. But yes, the option is there. The thought was dizzying. The problems he'd been carrying on that piece of notebook paper, stoves, shoes, leaks, suddenly expanded into a larger map. More apartments, more neighbors. Samantha watched his face shift, saw hope and fear show up at the same time. You don't have to say yes to that today either, she said. Right now, your job is to not flunk algebra and to remember to eat something other than plantains and cereal. The big stuff can take shape as you grow into it. He appreciated the grounding. There was comfort in someone reminding him he was still allowed to be a kid in the middle of all this. Can I take this home? He asked, tapping the folder. Of course, Hayes said. Read it. Think about it. Talk to Mrs. Ruiz if you want. Talk to Luz. Talk to whoever you trust to tell you the truth, not just what they think you want to hear. He nodded, tucking the folder carefully into his backpack next to his mother's letter. The two sets of papers felt related now, one from the past, one from the future. As they left the conference room, Samantha walked with him down the hall. How's your head? She asked. On a scale of 1 to, I'm going to explode. Somewhere in the middle, he said. It's weird. I thought once I knew about the money, that would be the hard part. Turns out the hard part is every conversation after. Welcome to adulthood, she said. It's less about birthdays and more about paperwork and uncomfortable questions. At the top of the stairs, she paused. By the way, she added, I had a meeting this morning with someone who asked about you. He blinked. Who? Mr. Carter, she said. The name dropped into his awareness like a pebble in a shallow pond, sending out small ripples. What did he want? He asked. To talk about himself, mostly, she said dryly. But he circled back, asked if you were, okay, if you had someone helping you. It wasn't nosy. It was awkward, in a way that felt new for him. You told him what? Evan asked, unsure if he even had a right to be part of that exchange. I told him you were not his business, she said, and that we were making sure you weren't getting run over by the system. That seemed to relieve him and bother him at the same time. They started down the stairs. As they descended, Samantha added, "People show you who they are in moments like that. The first time, he showed you one thing. Maybe this is him trying to show another. Doesn't erase the first, but it complicates the picture." Evan thought about that as they stepped back into the lobby. Carter wasn't there today. The leather chairs were occupied by different people. An older woman in a floral dress clutching a manila envelope. A young guy in a courier uniform tapping his toe. He found that he was grateful the man wasn't there. He didn't know yet what he would have wanted to say. Outside, the afternoon was starting to lean toward evening. The sun sat lower, the light a little less harsh. He took the bus home, the folders in his bag like ballast. At Maple Street, the building's front door stuck again. He shoved his shoulder into it, feeling the familiar resistance. For the first time, he wondered if he'd miss that heaviness someday, if they left. If the sound of the hinge giving way and the smell of the hallway would become things he remembered with a kind of twisted fondness. Inside their apartment, Luce sat cross-legged in the middle of the living room, surrounded by cut-out pictures from magazines. Houses, dogs, parks, a photo of a beach with water so clear it didn't look real. "What's this?" he asked, dropping his backpack onto the couch. "Vision board," she said, as if it were obvious. "We're supposed to make one for English. Where do you see yourself in 10 years? Mrs. Klein says it's about goals. Everyone else is gluing pictures of cars. I'm being more creative." He picked up one of the cutouts, a modest 2-story house with a small front yard and a tree. "This one? That's us," she said. "But like with less mold and a mailbox that shuts all the way." He smiled. "You going to glue a picture of a stove too?" he asked. She wrinkled her nose. "I haven't found the right one yet," she said. "They all look too clean. That's not real." He thought of the folder in his bag, of the phrase Home Safety Fund, of his mother's insistence that kindness wasn't stupidity. "Hey, Luce," he said slowly, "what would you think about helping more people than just us? If we could. With the money." Her eyes lit up in the way they did when a story got good. "Like superheroes?" she asked. "Not exactly," he said. "More like fixing the stuff that makes people's lives harder than they have to be. Stoves, heaters, maybe helping kids with school stuff. Nothing fancy, just less broken." She tilted her head, considering. "I think Mom would like that," she said. She was always mad about that kind of thing. Landlords, people ignoring stuff until it was too late. "Yeah," he said. "Me too." He sat down next to her, the two of them surrounded by magazine pages and glue sticks and scissors. Their world still small enough to be contained in this room, and big enough now to reach several blocks in any direction if they chose. In another part of town, in his office lined with certificates and framed photos of charity galas, Carter sat at his desk, staring at an email draft. He had typed and deleted several openings already. "Dear Mr. Hayes, I wanted to follow up about the young man in the lobby the other day. Too formal. Too clinical." He erased it. "Dan, this is going to sound strange, but I've been thinking about that kid, Evan. Better." But it still felt like admitting something he wasn't used to admitting, that a brief interaction in a lobby had shaken him. He leaned back in his chair, looking at the ceiling. He had spent years writing checks to causes that made for good photos and tax write-offs. It had always been easy, detached. He admired his own philanthropy and annual reports. This felt different, messier, smaller in scale and larger in implication. He put his fingers back on the keyboard. Sam mentioned you're working with the Miller boy. If there's anything constructive I can do in that context that isn't just me throwing my weight around, let me know. I owe him more than a clumsy apology in a lobby. He read the sentences twice. They made him uncomfortable. That seemed like a sign they were worth sending. He hit send before he could talk himself out of it. At Lone Star first, after the office lights had dimmed and the cleaning crew had started their rounds, Hayes sat alone for a few minutes longer, jotting notes from his meeting with Evan. When Carter's email appeared, he read it with raised eyebrows. The truth had loaded on more than one screen this week. He didn't know yet where all of these threads would lead. The boy with the trust, the neighbor with the broken stove, the banker with the guilty conscience. He only knew that stories like this rarely stayed contained within the walls where they started. They spilled into hallways and buses and small kitchens, into vision, boards and legal documents and quiet decisions made late at night. And somewhere between a lobby laugh and a loaded balance, a different kind of wealth was starting to take shape. The first real test came on a Tuesday. It was one of those late spring days that couldn't decide between seasons. The morning had been cool enough for a hoodie. By afternoon, the air over Maple Street had warmed into something thick and slightly sticky, clinging to the back of your neck. People left their windows cracked, trying to tempt a breeze inside. In 103, the Ruiz apartment was hotter than usual. The oven, useless for months, except as storage, radiated heat it hadn't earned. The electric skillet on the counter worked overtime, its cord stretched to the nearest outlet. Every time someone turned on the microwave while the skillet was running, the breaker tripped. That afternoon, it tripped twice in an hour. Caramba, Mrs. Ruiz muttered as the lights blinked off again. The fan died. Its slow rotation arrested mid-sweep. The radio cut out mid-sentence. "Luz, mija, go flip it back." From the table, where she was trying to do math homework by the light from the window, Luz groaned. "Why do I always have to be the breaker goblin?" she complained. But she set down her pencil and padded out to the hall anyway. She opened the small door to the fuse box, a door whose paint had chipped away from years of use, and flicked the familiar switch. The apartment snapped back to life. The fan resumed its path. The radio continued as if it had never stopped. Evan sat across from Mrs. Ruiz, his own homework spread out in front of him. The algebra problem on the page looked like a foreign language he used to speak, but had forgotten. His focus kept slipping to the skillet, to the oven door tied shut with twine, to the faint sweat on Mrs. Ruiz's brow. He watched her for a moment, the practiced way she maneuvered in the cramped kitchen, the efficient movements of someone who'd cooked in small spaces all her life. She bent to stir a pot of beans on the back burner of the stove, a burner that worked only if you jiggled the knob just right and sweet-talked it. "You could just come eat at our place," he said. "Use our stove until the landlord gets his act together." She snorted. "Your stove is almost as old as mine," she said. "And I'm not carrying hot oil up those stairs. I fall, I break a hip, and then who will make you plantains? No, thank you." He smiled, but it faded quickly. The list from his notebook, the one he'd shown Hayes, hovered in his mind. Fix Mrs. R's stove. He had been thinking about it in circles for days. Hayes had explained the boundaries. Samantha had reminded him that not every problem was his to solve. But the oven door was tied shut with twine. The breaker was flipping. The electric skillet's cord was fraying in a way that made him uneasy. Some problems, if you ignored them long enough, turned into emergencies. Luz returned from the hallway, flopping back into her chair. "One day," she said, "I'm going to flip that thing with my mind. Just stare at it until it fixes itself." "Good," Mrs. Ruiz said. "Then you can stare at my rent bill next." They laughed, but the sound had a hollow, practiced edge. Jokes were cheaper than solutions. Evan pushed his homework aside. "Mrs. R," he said, "can I ask you something? Kind of serious?" She glanced at him over her shoulder. "Serious like I broke a window, or serious like I joined a band?" "Different serious," he said. "About the stove and other stuff." She turned off the burner and wiped her hands on a towel, then sat down at the table with them. Her eyes were sharp, alert. She had lived long enough to know that serious conversations in small kitchens could change more than a meal plan. "Okay," she said. "Ask." He took a breath. "If you could fix this place the way you wanted," he said, gesturing around the apartment. "Stove, outlets, whatever. What would you do?" She frowned, caught off guard by the breadth of the question. "You planning to become superintendent overnight?" she asked. "Maybe," he said, half joking. "Just humor me." She considered, leaning back in her chair. "I'd start with the electricity," she said. "These breakers, they are old. Too much on one line. That's why you're always playing with that switch. Then the stove, of course, the oven, the heater before winter. You remember last year when the heat went out for 3 days? Your mother was still here. She made jokes about camping in the living room. I did not find it funny." Her mouth crooked, but it didn't quite become a smile. "And after that?" he asked. She shrugged. "Roaches, pipes, windows that close all the way. But those are wish list things. The big ones are heat, light, cooking. I can deal with things being ugly. I cannot deal with everything breaking at once." He nodded slowly. It matched what he'd seen in their own apartment, in the hallway, in the way neighbors talked in low voices when the landlord's name came up. "Why?" she added. "You writing a report for school?" "Kind of," he said. "For a different class." That night, after dinner, after Luce had crashed on the couch with her workbook half finished on her chest, he sat at their tiny kitchen table with his phone in his hand and Hayes' business card beside it. The card felt like a key he was still learning how to use. He typed out a text, deleted it, typed again. "It's Evan. I've been thinking about the community thing we talked about. I think I've got a first situation? Case? Not sure what to call it." He erased case. It sounded clinical. He erased situation. It sounded like an accident report. "I've been thinking about the stove." He hit send before he could overthink it. The reply didn't come right away. Hayes had a life outside the bank, one that included dinner with his wife at a small table they'd bought decades ago and news channels he only half listened to. But he checked his phone between refilling water glasses, a habit formed in a world where markets moved on headlines and emergencies never came at convenient times. He read Evan's message and smiled at the way the boy had phrased it. Not stoves, plural, not appliances. The stove. A specific one, in a specific apartment, belonging to a specific woman. He stepped into his home office under the pretense of looking for a folder and typed his reply. "I'm guessing this isn't about whether it works. It's about what it means if we step in. Call me tomorrow after school?" Easier to talk than type. DH. The next day, Evan ducked into the corner of the school courtyard between classes, where the noise of other kids bounced off the brick but didn't quite reach his chosen spot. He dialed the number on the card, heart ticking faster as it rang. "Evan," Hayes answered. "You okay?" "Yeah," Evan said. You said to call." "I did," Hayes said. "Tell me about the stove." Evan described it, the tied oven door, the flickering burners, the skillet, the breaker. He described Mrs. Ruiz's role in their lives, her unofficial childcare, the meals, the notes on the counter. "So, it's not just an appliance," Hayes said when he finished. "It's infrastructure for your support system." "Yeah," Evan said, surprised by how neatly that put it. "Exactly." There was a brief silence on the line, filled with the soft sounds of Hayes turning pages or tapping a pen against his desk. "All right," Hayes said. "Here's what I think. From a pure trust document perspective, we can't just cut a check to her and call it stove money. That's outside the terms. But we could potentially classify a certain amount as household support if we treat her help with your sister as part of your stability." "So, is that a yes or a no?" Evan asked. "It's a yes, but," Hayes said. "Yes, we can explore helping, but we do it carefully. No bags of cash, no promises we can't keep. And we make sure we're not doing what your landlord is supposed to be doing, without at least trying to hold him accountable." "How do we do that?" Evan asked. "You start by getting me some details," Hayes said. "Name on the lease, exact condition, maybe some photos if she's okay with it. I can't fight a building I haven't seen. Then we look at options. Could be negotiating with the landlord. Could be bringing in a repair through a third party. Could be something else entirely." It was more complicated than Evan had hoped, and more serious than he'd feared. It felt less like magic and more like work. Somehow, that made it feel more real. "Okay," he said. "I can do that." "And Evan?" Hayes added. "Yeah. I know this feels urgent. And you're right. Heat and cooking and electricity aren't small things. But remember, you aren't responsible for fixing every broken thing in that building overnight. We'll do what we can with this one, then reassess. All right?" He swallowed. All right. After school, he went straight to 103, skipping the usual stop at his own apartment. Mrs. Ruiz answered his knock with a dish towel slung over her shoulder, the smell of onions and garlic blooming behind her. "You again," she said. "You didn't get enough food yesterday?" "I need a favor," he said. She stepped aside to let him in. "If it is about food, the answer is yes," she said. "If it's about me adopting a cat, the answer is no. I know you and your sister have been plotting." He shook his head, though it was true. "Not a cat. Yet. It's about your stove." Her expression shifted. "Did it finally catch fire?" she asked. "Not yet," he said. "But can I take some pictures of it, and the breaker, and maybe the heater? And do you have a copy of your lease I could look at?" Her eyes narrowed. "Boy, what are you planning?" she asked. "You going to post my ugly kitchen on the internet? I will haunt you." He smiled. "No, it's for Hayes, the bank guy." She frowned. "Why does he need to see my stove?" "Because—" Evan hesitated, searching for words that wouldn't overpromise. "Because the trust, the money Mom set up, it has this piece that might be able to help with stuff like this. Maybe. But he needs details. And he said we should try to make the landlord do his job first." She crossed her arms, dish towel hanging from one hand. "So, now the bank is going to argue with Mr. I'll fix it next month?" she asked. "I have been arguing with that man for 5 years. Good luck to them." He took that as permission to continue. "I'm not promising anything," he said. "I don't even know if it'll work. But if there's a chance, I want to try. You've been taking care of us. I want to see if this thing Mom built can take care of you a little too." Something softened in her face at that. The initial suspicion gave way to a deeper emotion, a mix of pride and worry, and something like fear of hope. "Okay," she said finally. "Take your pictures. I need to sweep anyway. If my landlord ends up in a fight with a man in a suit instead of just me, I will buy popcorn." He moved around the kitchen with his phone, documenting the oven door, the burner that only lit on one side, the electric skillet with its taped cord, the fuse box in the hall. He snapped a photo of the heater, too. A squat, outdated unit in the corner of the living room, its vent clogged with dust despite her efforts. She dug out her copy of the lease from a folder stacked on top of the fridge. Papers held together, with a rubber band that had started to crack. He photographed that too, focusing on the sections about maintenance and repairs. Later that evening, at the table in his own apartment, he composed an email to Hayes and Samantha. He attached the photos and the lease, adding context where he could. "This is what I meant. It's not just the stove, it's the whole setup. If the landlord keeps not doing anything, then people like Mrs. R end up cooking on things that are going to break worse. Mom would have hated that. I'm not saying use all the money to fix everything. Just, is there a way to start?" He read it through twice, then added at the end, almost as an afterthought. "Also, I know this is technically not my problem, but it kind of is." He hit send. At the bank, the email landed in Hayes's inbox as he was packing up for the day. He reopened his briefcase, sat back down, and read it carefully. The photos told a story he was unfortunately familiar with. Bandage, solutions, deferred maintenance, a landlord counting on tenants having neither the time nor the resources to push back hard enough. He forwarded the email to a contact in the bank's legal department with a short note. "Need a quick eyes on for potential landlord code violations. Maple Street, attached." Also, hypothetical. If a miners' trust wanted to fund an emergency repair fund for essential services, heat, cooking, in a specific building where said miner lives, what would the compliance nightmare look like? He also copied Samantha. She read it at home, sitting on her couch with her shoes kicked off and a takeout container balanced on one knee. The photos tightened a knot in her chest. She had grown up in a place not unlike Maple Street, though in a different town, a different state. The details were familiar: the taped cords, the overloaded outlets, the way everything felt one bad day away from failure. She typed back to both men. "If we're going to let him do this, we need to build something around it, so it's not just random acts of repair. Some kind of small pilot program with clear criteria. Otherwise, he's going to drown in requests and guilt. Also, someone needs to talk to the landlord. $50 says he folds the second he hears bank and code enforcement in the same sentence." Hayes replied a few minutes later. "You might be right. About all of it." He stared at the screen for a moment longer, then opened Carter's recent email again. I owe him more than a clumsy apology in a lobby. An idea that had been half-formed in the back of his mind slid into focus. The next morning, he called Carter. "Dan?" Carter said, a little surprised to see the name flash on his phone. "What can I do for you? My portfolio behaving badly?" "Your portfolio is fine," Hayes said. "This is about something else. You said you wanted to do something constructive that isn't just throwing your weight around." There was a beat of silence. Carter's office was quiet around him. Polished wood, framed photos, the hum of his desktop computer. "I did say that," he admitted. "What did you have in mind?" "I've got a situation with a building," Hayes said. "Not one you own, before you get nervous. Kid you met in the lobby lives there. Essential systems breaking down, landlord dragging his feet. I'm toying with the idea of helping Evan build a tiny, tightly controlled repair fund. But I also think the landlord might respond better to pressure that doesn't come from a 14-year-old and an old banker." "You want me to play bad cop?" Carter asked, half amused, half wary. "Because I've been very good at that in my life. Maybe too good." "I want you to come with me to a meeting," Hayes said. "Use whatever version of yourself you'd like. The philanthropic one, if you can find him." Carter swiveled his chair to look out the window. The city spread below him, rooftops and traffic and the faint suggestion of neighborhoods like Maple Street, just out of his usual line of sight. "When?" he asked. "Tomorrow afternoon," Hayes said. "I'll pick you up, off the clock. No press, no plaques." Carter thought of the boy's eyes in the lobby, of his own reflection in the bank's glass doors. "To be clear," he said, "this is for him, not for some picture on the wall." "Clear," Hayes said. "Then I'm in," Carter replied. Back on Maple Street, Evan went to bed that night without knowing that two men in suits were rearranging their schedules to fight with his landlord. He lay on the worn couch, listening to the familiar sounds of the building, the neighbor's television muffled through the wall, a toilet flushing upstairs, the distant slam of the front door as someone came home late. In the bedroom, Luz murmured in her sleep. Some half-formed dream spilling out in a word that sounded like beach. He closed his eyes and saw again the stove, the breaker, the photos he'd sent. He saw Hayes's folder with the words Home Safety Fund printed neatly at the top. He saw his mother in her overalls, standing in front of a broken washing machine and refusing to accept that something couldn't be fixed if you understood it well enough. The next chapter of his life wasn't just unfolding in conference rooms and bank records. It was taking shape in small, crowded kitchens and in the quiet spaces where decisions were made about what deserved to be repaired. For the first time since he'd seen the number on the screen, he felt like he was pointed toward something specific. Not a grand plan, not a lifetime blueprint. Just a stove, a landlord, a conversation that might change the way heat and light moved through one building. It wasn't everything, but it was a start. The landlord arrived 20 minutes late. His name was Harold Bishop, though most tenants simply called him Mr. Bishop, with a tone that carried equal parts caution and resignation. He was in his early 60s, with thinning gray hair, a tan that came from working outdoors just enough to claim he did, and a belly that pressed slightly against the buttons of his polo shirt. He did not like being summoned. He especially did not like being summoned to his own building by two men in suits who were already waiting when he pulled into the cracked parking lot. Hayes stood outside, hands folded loosely in front of him, posture relaxed but unmistakably grounded. Beside him, Carter watched the street, his expression unreadable, his tie removed and tucked into his pocket, as if to signal that this was not a boardroom kind of conversation. Across the courtyard, a curtain shifted. Tenants watched without really watching. In places like Maple Street, people learned to be curious quietly. Bishop stepped out of his car and frowned the moment he saw them. "This a sales pitch?" he asked, locking the door behind him. "No," Hayes said calmly. "This is a conversation." "About what?" Bishop said. "Everything's up to code here." Hayes held the door open. "Let's walk," he said. Inside, the air carried that familiar blend of fried onions, cleaning solution, and the faint, old dust smell of tired buildings. A fluorescent light flickered overhead. Somewhere, a baby cried, then quieted again. They stopped first in the hallway outside 103. The fuse box door sat crooked on its hinges. The paint had chipped so many times, the metal beneath showed through like a bruise. Hayes gestured to it gently. "May I?" he asked. Bishop shrugged. "It's a fuse box." Hayes opened it. Several of the switches were labeled in faded pencil that had been rewritten again and again. One switch bore a strip of tape, slightly melted along the edges. "Overloaded?" Carter said quietly. His voice carried none of the arrogance it once had in the lobby. He sounded more like a man stating weather conditions. "This building was wired for a different century. You run modern appliances through it without updates, something gives." Bishop shifted. "Tenants plug in too much junk," he said. "That's what gives." Hayes didn't argue. He simply closed the box and walked toward 103. Mrs. Ruiz opened before he could knock, as if she'd been listening on the other side. She had cleaned more than usual that morning, though she pretended otherwise. The kitchen counters were wiped, the floor swept until the linoleum shone in places where the pattern hadn't worn away. "Come in," she said, voice steady. They stepped inside. Evan stood off to the side near the window, hands in his pockets, trying not to take up space while also feeling every inch of himself in the room. He was both participant and witness here, the hinge on which this moment turned. Hayes walked to the stove, the oven door tied shut with twine, the burner that lit only halfway, the electric skillet resting dangerously close to the edge, its cord patched with tape. He didn't dramatize. He didn't make speeches. He simply touched things lightly, like a doctor checking a pulse. "This," he said quietly, "isn't safe." Bishop crossed his arms. "Appliances break," he said. "We repair in order of priority." "Heat was out last winter for 3 days," Mrs. Ruiz said. Her tone was calm, factual. "My neighbor's baby got sick. 2 doors down, those old folks slept in their coats." "That was a parts delay," Bishop muttered. Hayes turned, meeting the older man's eyes. Not aggressive, not condescending, just immovable. "This isn't about delays," he said. "This is about legal obligation. Habitability, minimum safety. You're responsible for heat, safe electrical wiring, and functional cooking equipment. That's not generosity. That's law." The word hung there. Law. People heard it differently when it came from someone who spoke it without raising his voice. Bishop's jaw tightened. "You all think I'm sitting on mountains of cash," he said. "This building barely breaks even. Everything costs more. Contractors overcharge. Tenants rough up units and then cry when something stops working." Samantha would have interrupted. Carter didn't, because Carter understood something Hayes also understood. Sometimes letting a man talk reveals the corner he built for himself. Hayes nodded slowly. "I believe you," he said. That surprised Bishop. "But believing you doesn't absolve you," Hayes continued. "You own a building that houses families. Their safety is not a side project. It is not optional." He placed a folder gently on the table. Documents, codes, photographs printed in color, a quiet pile of accountability. "If this continues," Hayes said, "your problem grows, not just financially, legally. That's not a conversation anyone here wants." Bishop looked at the folder, but did not reach for it. "So what is this?" he asked, wary. "You threatening to sue on their behalf?" "No," Hayes said. "We're offering something different." He sat, Carter stayed standing, arms relaxed, gaze steady, a presence less imposing than grounding. "There is a trust," Hayes said, "set up by a woman who lived in this building, intended to safeguard 2 children from falling through the cracks. Part of that trust allows for carefully structured, tightly monitored community support to prevent emergencies before they turn into tragedies." He let the sentence breathe. "We are considering allocating a small, controlled amount to address essential repairs affecting tenants' safety here. Heat, electrical stability, cooking, not cosmetic changes, not upgrades. Baseline dignity." Bishop's eyes narrowed. "So, you are paying for it?" he said. "No," Hayes corrected gently. "We would be partnering, with conditions." Silence. Then, "Such as?" Bishop asked. Hayes leaned forward. "You fix what the law already requires you to fix, in writing, on a schedule. We assist only where there are genuine gaps or urgent hazards while you bring the building up to code. If you break that agreement, our participation stops, and the conversation becomes different." That last word carried its own gravity. Bishop's eyes flicked briefly toward Evan, then back to Hayes. "Why do you care this much about one old stove?" he asked. It was Carter who answered. "Because sometimes the truth shows up on a screen," he said softly, "and makes you realize what kind of person you've been while you weren't looking." Bishop didn't understand the reference, but he recognized sincerity when he heard it. He rubbed his face with one hand, breathing out slowly. "You get me a repair list," he said finally. "Prioritized. I'll call my guy for quotes. If your support program fills gaps, fine. But I'm not signing anything today." "No one asked you to," Hayes said. "We start with information, then we move." Mrs. Ruiz watched from the doorway, hope and skepticism battling quietly inside her. She had learned not to believe promises that arrived wearing suits. Evan stood still, quiet, listening, feeling for the first time what partnership felt like. Not charity, not power, something steadier. That night, word traveled up and down Maple Street faster than any memo. The men from the bank came, with papers, with calm voices, with a boy standing near the window like he belonged there. People talked slowly, almost reverently, like discussing weather that finally seemed like it might break. In his apartment, Evan sat at the table with his mother's letter beside his elbow. He reread the line he kept returning to. "This money is not a reward. It is not a test. It is a tool." He was starting to understand. A tool doesn't fix anything by itself. A tool in the wrong hands can destroy. But a tool guided by patience, by caution, by stubborn kindness, could turn into something like light. He closed the letter gently and looked out at the dim courtyard. Tomorrow, there would be lists, phone calls, pushback, complications. But tonight, there was the quiet knowledge that something had shifted, just slightly, in the gravity field of Maple Street. Not everything. Not yet. Just enough. The letter came 2 days after the landlord meeting. Not to Hayes, not to Carter, not even to Mrs. Ruiz. It came to Evan. Folded, cheap white envelope. No return address. Dropped through the thin metal slot in the apartment door sometime between afternoon and dusk. He found it on the floor when he came home, half trampled where the door had nudged it. Luce was in the bedroom, humming while cutting more pictures for her vision board. The television across the hall was turned up too loud. Someone laughed in the stairwell. The world felt unbelievably ordinary when a shift was waiting in an envelope. He picked it up. His name was written across the front. Not resident, not occupant. His name. Evan. The handwriting wasn't elegant. It pressed too hard, like someone who had not written much since school. He stood for a moment in the living room, the sound of the refrigerator humming behind him, before gently tearing it open. Inside, there was one page. Lined notebook paper. Torn from a spiral, the edges still jagged. He read, "Kid, we heard what you did, or what you're trying to do. Don't think nobody notices. Some of us have been asking for help from this building for years." The landlord shrugs. The city shrugs. Church hands out canned food and tells us to pray harder. Then you walk into a bank, and suddenly men in suits show up and talk about repairs. So if you're going to be that person, the one the landlord listens to, maybe remember the rest of us, not just the lady downstairs. Don't forget the second floor. Don't forget apartment 205. The heater near my baby's crib makes a noise like it wants to die. We're tired. That was all. No name, no signature. Just that word at the end. Tired. He stood very still. Outside, a car rolled past with music playing too loudly. Someone upstairs dropped something heavy. A dog barked and then quieted. Slowly, he lowered himself onto the couch. For a long moment, he didn't move. His hand stayed on either side of the letter, as though it might slip away if he let go. He felt it land, not like a blow, not yet. More like weight, quiet, insistent weight. Being seen, it was supposed to feel good. Instead, it felt like a door opening onto a hallway he hadn't realized was there. Long and crowded and full of voices that sounded a lot like this one. He read the letter again. "We heard what you did." It wasn't even true yet. Nothing had been fixed. There had only been talk. Conversations in small kitchens, folders on tables, agreements half-shaped. And still, word had moved. Hope traveled faster than paperwork. Fear traveled even faster. He folded the paper carefully and slid it into his backpack, in the pocket near his mother's letter, as if the two belonged together, even though one carried love and the other carried warning. He sat there for a while before he went downstairs. In 103, Mrs. Ruiz was washing dishes, sleeves rolled back to her elbows. Steam rose from the sink. The radio murmured some debate he wasn't listening to. She turned when he came in. "Something happened," she said quietly. He didn't ask how she knew. He had stopped underestimating the way this woman could read a room. He held out the letter. She dried her hands and took it, reading slowly, her lips moving slightly over certain lines. When she finished, she placed it on the table and rested her palm over it. "This was always going to come," she said. He swallowed. I didn't mean for people to think I'm in charge of everything," he said. "I'm not. I can't be." "I know," she said. "But they don't." She pulled out a chair and motioned for him to sit. "This building," she said, "has been carrying quiet anger for a long time. People swallow it because they are tired, because they're scared of making things worse. Then something changes. A little. Someone shows up with a hint of power they recognize, and all that quiet starts moving." She tapped the letter gently. "This is not a threat," she said. "This is a plea and a warning. Not the kind that wants to hurt you. The kind that wants to be heard." He rubbed his thumb against the table edge. "What if everyone starts coming?" he asked. "What if they all think I can fix everything?" She smiled softly, a little sad. "Then you learn the hardest sentence good people ever have to say." He looked up. "What sentence?" "No," she said gently. "Not now. Not like that." He let the words settle. "No." They sounded harsh in his mind, hard-edged, cold. But she was right. There was a kind of mercy inside certain no's, the kind that protected more than pride. He nodded slowly, though part of him still resisted. Later that night, he texted Samantha. Got a letter from someone in the building. They think I can fix more than I can. Can I send it? She replied almost immediately. Yes, send it, and breathe. He took a photo and sent it. The 3 dots appeared, disappeared, appeared again. This is what happens when light hits a dark corner, she wrote. People try to step into it. The human thing would be to want to pull everyone in at once. The wise thing is to widen the circle slowly so it doesn't tear. He stared at the screen. I don't want to be a person people ask. He typed. He erased it. He typed again. I don't want to mess this up. She answered. Then, you're already ahead of most people who ever had money. The next morning, the building felt different. Not louder, not busier, just more aware. Eyes lingered a little longer when he passed. A nod held for an extra beat. Conversations hushed slightly in doorways, not in suspicion, but in that way people behave when they aren't sure what the rules are yet. On the bus, he sat by the window and watched the neighborhoods change. Brick and peeling paint gave way to fresh facades and neat lawns, then shifted into the careful blandness of office parks. At school, nothing had changed at all, which, in its own way, felt like a gift. Math, history, cafeteria noise. A friend showing him a video that made everyone at the table laugh too hard at something not actually that funny. Normal, like a rope he could hold on to. That afternoon, Hayes called. Got your photo, he said, and your building has opinions. Evan huffed out a quiet breath. Yeah. We're moving forward with Bishop, Hayes said. He sent a list of things he claims are scheduled. Half of them are plausible. Half of them are fiction. I've asked for receipts. There was a pause, a rustle of paper. And, Hayes added, I looped in someone at the city who owes me a favor. Not to bully, to clarify. Codes exist for reasons. Evan pictured the envelope again. What about letters? He asked. From other apartments? They'll come, Hayes said. When they do, we triage. We start where there is danger. Not discomfort, not cosmetic annoyance. Danger. He said the words slowly. Your job, Hayes continued, is to bring them to me, not to solve them in your kitchen at midnight. Evan let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. Okay, he said. I can do that. After they hung up, he sat on his bed and stared at the ceiling. He thought of his mother, the way she'd look at a mess, a broken appliance, a bill, a problem no one else wanted, and say, okay, let's see where this actually starts. Not, let's fix everything. Let's see. That afternoon, when he went downstairs, Mrs. Ruiz handed him another envelope. This one had a name, she said. The handwriting was careful, almost embarrassed. Evan, we don't expect miracles. We just don't want to be invisible anymore. He folded that one differently, not like weight, more like a reminder. Visibility cuts both ways. At Lone Star First, Carter stood at his office window and thought about visibility too. He looked down at the city, at the parallelograms of rooftops, the thin lines of streets, the faded patches that hadn't been touched by development money in decades. He remembered the day in the lobby, the laughter, the boy's stillness. He remembered the way shame had flared, not because he'd been caught doing something illegal, but because, for the first time in a long time, he'd seen himself from the outside. He closed his eyes and wondered when exactly he had started measuring worth in zeros and forgetting about heat, light, stoves. He opened his eyes again. Maybe this wasn't redemption. Maybe it was simply beginning to look differently, and quietly, humbly, doing the next right thing. At Maple Street, night fell slowly. In apartment 207, Evan sat at the table with Luz as she glued one more picture onto her board. A simple kitchen, a table, sunlight through a clean window. "Why that one?" he asked. She shrugged, smiling softly. "Because it looks like a place where nobody's tired all the time," she said. He nodded. He didn't tell her about the letter. Not yet. He understood in some new way that timing was its own form of love. He folded his mother's letter closed. The balance had loaded. The truth had begun to spread. Not like wildfire, more like dawn. Slow, inevitable, changing everything quietly. The first rumor didn't start in the building. It started at school. 2 weeks after the landlord meeting, after the photos and the emails, and the first tentative visit from an electrician who actually climbed the stairs and looked at the wiring, Evan walked into the cafeteria and felt something shift. It was small. A pause in the conversation at the table where he usually sat. A glance from a kid he barely knew from another homeroom. The way one of his friends, Marcus, said, "There he is," with a tone that carried something new under the usual joking. Evan set his tray down. "Hey," he said, sliding into his usual seat. No one answered right away. On any other day, the table would already be halfway through a debate about something stupid. Sports, video games, which teacher was secretly a robot. Today, there was a thin film of tension over the plastic surface. Finally, Marcus cleared his throat. "So," he said, "we saw you." Evan frowned. "At school? That's kind of the idea." "Downtown," Marcus said. "On Saturday, at that big bank, with suits." The word suits landed with a weight it didn't usually have. At their cafeteria table, suits meant something from TV, or job interviews, or courtrooms. Evan's stomach tightened. Saturday. He'd gone to Lone Star first with Hayes and Samantha for what they'd called a planning session. Going over the first draft of the Maple Street Pilot Fund, debating the name, the rules, the parts where he'd pushed back and said, "It shouldn't make people feel like paperwork. It should make them feel safe." He hadn't thought anyone he knew would be downtown, much less paying attention. "Yeah," he said carefully. "Had a meeting." "At a bank," said another friend, Jamal, eyebrows raised. "On a weekend, with them." He nodded. "Yeah." "Dude," Marcus said, leaning forward. "You a criminal or a millionaire? Because those are the only people who go there on Saturdays." The joke got a laugh from the others, but it was edged. Their eyes stayed on him, searching. He felt the words he could say rise up like a tide. "My mom made a crazy good investment before she died. There's a trust. Apparently I'm rich on paper. Also, I've spent the last month arguing about stoves and wiring with grown men who send emails with too many attachments." He swallowed it all back down. "It's my mom's old bank," he said instead. "I had some stuff to sign. Boring." It wasn't a lie, not exactly, but it wasn't the truth either. "Since when you got a bank?" Jamal asked. "Last month you were counting change for fries, man." "Yeah, well," Evan said, forcing a shrug. "Death paperwork is weird. They keep finding things." He saw the flicker in Marcus's expression at the word death. That part, at least, they understood. "Sorry, man," Marcus said, his tone softening. "Didn't mean to joke if it's about that." "It's fine," Evan said. "I'd joke too." The tension eased a little. Someone changed the subject to the upcoming math test. The moment slipped by like a car changing lanes, but it didn't disappear. On the bus home, he sat with his backpack in his lap, thumb rubbing over the seam. He thought of the letter on his floor, the one that had said, "We heard what you did." He thought of Marcus's voice in the cafeteria. "We saw you." Visibility. It had seemed contained before. The building. The bank. Now it was bleeding into school, into the place where he still liked being just another kid who forgot his homework sometimes. At Maple Street, one visible change waited for him. The first new stove. It sat in Mrs. Ruiz's kitchen, plain white, not fancy, but whole. The oven door closed and latched on its own. The burners all lit evenly. An actual licensed electrician had rechecked the wiring, rebalancing loads so the breakers didn't trip if you looked at them wrong. Mrs. Ruiz stood beside it as though it were a new family member she wasn't sure she trusted yet. "Look at this," she said, opening and closing the door with cautious satisfaction. No twine, no swearing. Evan grinned before he could stop himself. "You tested it?" "I baked cookies," she said. "Your sister already ate 4. She says the oven makes them better." He laughed. "Science agrees." In the hallway, a man from 205 watched as another contractor carried tools past his door, heading for the old heater unit in his living room. His arms were crossed, but his eyes held something like relief. For all the lingering tension, for all the skepticism, things were happening. Not promises, not theories, actions. Later, when the contractor left and the building had settled into its evening rhythm, Bishop knocked on Evan's door. It was the first time the landlord had come there on purpose. Evan opened it, startled. Hey." Bishop stood in the hallway, cap in, hand, hair flattened where the brim had pressed. He looked smaller in this narrow space than he had in the conference room at the bank. Or maybe that was just age sitting a little heavier on him today. "You got a minute?" Bishop asked. Evan glanced over his shoulder. Luce was at the table, working on a project, colored pencils scattered across the surface. She looked up, curious. He gave her a small nod, not now, and stepped into the hall, pulling the door almost shut behind him. "Yeah," he said. "What's up?" Bishop cleared his throat. Your bank people are thorough," he said. "They sent me a proposed repair schedule, like they're running the city." Evan had seen a version of that schedule in Hayes's office. Dates, units, priorities, little notes about what fell under legal obligation and what might fall under the new support fund if Bishop followed through. "They're just making sure stuff gets fixed," he said carefully. Bishop huffed out a breath, not quite a laugh. "You know how many of my tenants ever got a banker to step foot in here before you?" he asked. Evan shook his head. "0, Bishop said. "You know why? 'Cause nobody listens when poor people complain. Not the city, not companies, not me sometimes. It all just blends together. Noise?" He said it like a confession more than an excuse. "I'm not saying I've been right," he added quickly. "I'm saying this is new." Evan didn't know what to do with the man's honesty. It made him feel slightly off balance, like the hallway floor had shifted. "I didn't mean to start a war," Evan said. Bishop snorted. "Kid, this isn't war. This is maintenance. I should have been doing more of it before some guy in a tie waved code numbers at me." He took a breath. "I'm going to sign their schedule," he said. "Not all of it. Some of it." He nodded toward the downstairs units. "Stoves, heaters, the wiring in the hall. Stuff that keeps me up at night if I actually let myself think about it." "That's good," Evan said quietly. "Don't thank me yet." Bishop said. This is going to cost. I'll be honest with you, I already had the thought. Raise everybody's rent to cover it. Anger flared in Evan's chest before he could swallow it. You can't. I said I had the thought. Bishop cut in. I didn't say I'm going to act on it. Your bank man reminded me there are rules about that too. He rubbed the back of his neck. Look, he said, I don't like outsiders telling me how to run my building. But I like less the idea of a space heater sparking and me ending up on the news while you and your sister. He didn't finish the sentence. They both could see that version of the story too easily. So, Bishop said, voice gruffer now to cover the crack. Tell your guy I'll sign. We'll see how long his little pilot program lasts before the city finds a way to mess with it. He started to turn, then paused. And, hey, he added without looking back. For what it's worth, your mom was always on me more than anyone about this place. She'd be a pain in my neck about this. You being a pain in my neck now? Kinda makes sense. Then he walked away, his steps heavy on the worn carpet. Evan stood there for a moment, the word pain sitting oddly warm in his chest when paired with his mother's name. Later that week, the first real backlash arrived. Not from the building, from outside. It came in the form of a phone call to Hayes, a compliance officer at the bank, voice tight. We've had an inquiry, she said, an anonymous caller, asking why a private trust is funding repairs in a non-owned residential building. They used the phrase, misuse of funds. Hayes pinched the bridge of his nose. Of course they did, he said softly. He knew how these things worked. Banks lived in fear of the phrase misuse of funds. It triggered checklists and committees and men who never met the people behind the numbers, only the numbers themselves. We've documented the discretionary clause, he said. Laura wrote it herself. It clearly allows for a small percentage of annual growth to be allocated to community safety measures in the immediate environment of the trust beneficiaries. I've read it, the compliance officer said. I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm saying someone is watching. Maybe a rival landlord, maybe a crank, maybe just someone with too much time and a phone. He sighed. So, what are you saying? I'm saying, she replied, that if you're going to keep doing this, it needs to be boring on paper. No flair, no headlines, ironclad documentation, or we're going to have a very different conversation. Boring on paper. That, at least, he knew how to do. That evening, in the conference room, Hayes laid it out for Evan and Samantha. Here's the deal, he said. Someone out there doesn't like that we're using private money to patch public failures. They can't see Maple Street from their desk. They only see possible liability. Evan sat very still. Can they stop us? He asked. If we're sloppy, yes, Hayes said. If we look like we're playing fast and loose with your mother's instructions, absolutely. That's why we don't get sloppy. He tapped the stack of papers in front of him. These, he said, are the updated terms for the Maple Street pilot. Every stove, every heater, every breaker we help with gets logged. Before and after photos. Signed acknowledgement from tenants. Work orders from licensed professionals. Where your landlord should have paid, he pays. Where the trust fills the gap, that's noted, justified, cross-referenced. It sounds like a lot, Evan said. It is, Hayes replied. That's how we protect this. From outsiders, and frankly, from ourselves. Samantha leaned forward, elbows on the table. This is the part no one puts in movies, she said, where the helping turns into spreadsheets. But this is the part that keeps it real and keeps them from shutting it down. Evan looked at the papers, the lines and boxes. His head ached just thinking about it. "What do you need me to do?" he asked. Hayes considered. "You don't need to be the one filling out forms," he said. "You need to be the one setting the tone, making sure we're actually helping the way your mother wanted, not just ticking boxes to make lawyers happy." He handed Evan a single page, not full of legal text, but a paragraph written in plain language. At the top, in bold, were the words, "Purpose Statement, Maple Street Safety Fund" underneath. This fund exists to keep people from getting hurt in the place Evan and Luz Miller call home. It is not for making things pretty. It is not for rewarding anyone. It is for fixing the kinds of problems that turn small apartments into dangerous ones when nobody with money is paying attention. At the bottom, there was a space for Evan's signature. "You sure I'm allowed to sign bank things?" Evan asked, half joking. "This one," Hayes said. "This one matters. It goes on top of every boring folder, so that every person who touches this paperwork remembers what it's really about." Evan read it twice, then picked up the pen. His mother's signature was on 100 documents he'd never seen. It sat, printed and neat, in bank files, on trust papers, on emails. His looked different, uneven, letters slightly too large, still trying to decide on a style. But when he finished, when his name sat there under those words, a strange calm settled over him. The next day, the electrician returned to Maple Street with a clipboard. He went to 205, to 207, to 103. Checking. Systems, noting hazards. Tenants watched from doorways, eyes wary, bodies leaning subtly toward him. "This is for the bank?" one woman asked. "This is for you," he said, surprising himself with the answer. In the building office where Bishop kept his mismatched files, a new folder appeared in the cabinet. "Maple Safety, Do Not Ignore." In Carter's world, the backlash looked different. A colleague cornered him after a meeting, eyebrows raised. "Dan, I hear you've been playing social worker in some dump across town," he said, half laughing. "Pilot project," Carter replied evenly. "Safety repairs." "Since when are you in the charity business without a camera present?" the man asked. "Since I laughed at a kid and then found out I was the punchline," Carter said. The man stared, thrown by the honesty. "Whatever midlife crisis you're having," he said eventually, "you could just buy a boat like everyone else." Carter smiled thinly. "Boats sink," he said. "Stoves and heaters keep people alive." That night, standing in his kitchen with its marble counters and high-end appliances, he looked at his own stove for a long moment. He tried to imagine tying the door shut with twine. He couldn't. At Maple Street, one of the kids from the second floor slipped an envelope under Evan's door. Inside was a drawing, their building, but cleaner. Straighter lines, smiling windows. At the bottom, in blocky letters, the kid had written, "Thank you for the heat." Evan sat on the couch and held it, feeling the complexity of the gratitude settle over him. It wasn't simple. It never would be. Because with every thank you came an unspoken continuation. What about us next? What about this? What about there? He put the drawing next to his mother's letter on the small shelf by his bed. 2 pieces of paper, 2 different kinds of responsibility. He lay down and stared at the ceiling, listening to the building breathe. The balance that had once just been a number on a screen was now taking shape in the world, in metal and wiring and warm kitchens. But it was also changing him. At school, He still laughed at jokes and forgot assignments and got annoyed when Luz stole his socks. He was still a kid. At the bank, in conference rooms, on phone calls, in hallways that smelled like toner and coffee. He was something else. Someone people asked about, someone whose signatures sat on top of stacks of paper, someone whose decisions had begun to reach beyond the walls of his own apartment. Between those two identities, a narrow bridge stretched. He walked it every day, barefoot, learning where it held and where it needed reinforcement. Far away from Maple Street, in a quiet room in the bank's back offices, the anonymous complaint about misuse of funds sat in a file. A tidy paper record of someone's discomfort with the idea of a boy from a tired building having a say in how money moved. On top of that file, someone had clipped the purpose statement Evan had signed. This fund exists to keep people from getting hurt in the place Evan and Luz Miller call home. Even compliance departments, for all their suspicion, sometimes remembered they were staffed by human beings. The call came on an ordinary Thursday, the kind of day that would have slipped past unnoticed if not for the way a single sentence can change the weight of the air. Evan was at home, halfway through a math problem that refused to behave, when his phone buzzed on the table. Luz was on the floor nearby, working on yet another version of her vision board, this one more crowded than the last. He glanced at the screen. Unknown number. He almost let it go to voicemail. Almost. Hello? Is this Evan Miller? A woman's voice asked. She sounded practiced, professional, but not cold. Yeah, who's this? This is Rachel from North Loop Family Clinic, she said. We have you listed as a contact in a file for Laura Miller. I'm calling because one of the flags in her chart just came due. His chest tightened. The room blurred at the edges for a moment. My mom, he said. She passed. A while ago. I know, the woman said gently. I'm sorry. This isn't a medical follow-up. It's something else. A note she left in her file with instructions. It's marked to be opened and acted on when you turned 14. There's a number here and a date, but no updated address beyond Maple Street. That's still where you live? Yeah, he said slowly. That's us. Okay, she said. She requested that, when you were ready and we could reach you, we schedule a meeting with you and someone she named in the note. Daniel Hayes. He closed his eyes briefly, as if the universe had just cleared its throat. He's my guy at the bank, Evan said. There was a small pause on the other end. The kind of pause where two different worlds realize they've been orbiting the same person. Well, that makes this easier, the woman said. She asked that we coordinate between the two of you, that we set a time when you could come in, with him, to see something she left here. We've been holding it in our records. He felt the letter in his backpack, as if it had come alive, the one he'd already read a dozen times. Hey, kiddo. What is it? He asked. I'm not actually allowed to open it, the woman said. It's sealed, with your name on it. That's all I know. But your mother was very specific about the timing, and about us not letting it slide. He swallowed. His hand shook slightly on the phone. Okay, he said. Can you give me a minute? I'll call Hayes. Of course, she said. Our number's in your call log now. Ask for me. Rachel. He hung up and stared at the wall for a moment, listening to the low hum of the building. What's wrong? Luz asked, looking up from her collage. You're doing that statue thing again. Mom, he said. Her face sharpened in an instant. What about her? The clinic called, he said. They have something she left. For me. For us. For when I turned 14. They want me and Hayes to come in. Luz sat back hard, the scissors in her hand falling onto the magazine with a soft clatter. She left something else? She asked. Like the letter? I don't know, he said honestly. I have to call him. He stepped into the bedroom, closing the door most of the way behind him, and dialed Hayes. When he explained, there was a rare silence on the other end. I didn't know about this, Hayes said quietly. Your mother kept a few cards close. Makes sense she'd use different places for different things. She asked for you by name, Evan said. In the note. Hayes let out a slow breath. Then I'll be there, he said. Give me the number. We'll set it up. They arranged it for Saturday morning. North Loop Family Clinic, 11 o'clock. Those 2 days in between stretched and collapsed in strange ways. At school, the noise of the hallway felt far away. Teachers spoke. He took notes. His friends complained about homework. Life marched on, linear and oblivious. Inside him, time looped back on itself. He remembered the clinic, the way the waiting room had smelled faintly of antiseptic and coffee, the way his mother had squeezed his hand a little too long before going back with the nurse for another round of tests, the way she'd emerged each time lighter somehow, as if she'd made peace with something he hated. On Friday night, he lay awake, staring at the ceiling, listening to the building settle. Luz slept in the next room, her breathing a soft, steady rhythm. He thought of the number in the bank system, of the letter in his backpack, of the stoves and heaters and wires. He thought of what else a person could possibly have left for their kid that hadn't already been said. Saturday morning, the sky was a flat gray, the kind that made everything look more honest. No glare, no shadows. Hayes picked him up at the corner, his car a sensible sedan that had seen its share of coffee spills and file folders. Samantha sat in the front passenger seat. She twisted around when Evan climbed in. You okay? She asked. No, he said, but I'm here. Good enough, she said. The clinic looked smaller than he remembered. As a kid, it had felt like a maze of doors and important secret rooms. Now the front waiting area seemed almost cramped. The chairs were the same, molded plastic, bolted to metal rails. The same faded posters about flu shots and blood pressure lined the walls. At the front desk, Rachel recognized them immediately. She was in her 40s, with tired eyes and a warmth that rose despite it. You must be Evan, she said. And you're Mr. Hayes. That's right, Hayes said, offering his hand. Thank you for calling. We've had this note flagged for a while, she said. I'm glad we finally got you in. She led them down a hallway that smelled like disinfectant and something sweet from a staff break room. They passed exam rooms with slightly open doors, glimpses of paper-covered tables and rolling stools. At the end of the hall, she stopped in front of a small office. This was Dr. Klein's, she said. Your mother's oncologist. She retired last year. Before she left, she made sure this was clearly filed. Inside, the office had been half emptied. The shelves were bare except for a few stray binders. A single framed certificate still hung on the wall, slightly crooked, as if no one had bothered to straighten it in months. On the desk, there was a manila envelope. It was not thick. It was not bulging with pages. It sat alone, in the center of the blotter, like an object someone had placed there with ceremony. On the front, in black ink, were 3 words. For Ivan and Luz. Underneath, in smaller letters, was a 4th. With Hayes, Evan's throat tightened at the sight of his sister's name. He hadn't told her yet that the envelope was for both of them. Somehow, seeing it written there made everything feel more real. Rachel lingered in the doorway. "I'll give you some privacy," she said. "If you need copies of anything, just let me know." She paused. "Your mom was something else. I remember her. She made the staff laugh so hard we got in trouble for being too loud at the nurse's station." Evan smiled weakly. "That sounds like her." She nodded and closed the door gently behind her. The room quieted. The air felt thicker. Samantha stepped back, giving Evan and Hayes the space closest to the desk. Hayes reached out and touched the envelope with 2 fingers, almost like he was reading a pulse. "She did love her instructions," he said quietly. Evan let out a breath that wasn't quite a laugh. "You want to open it?" Hayes asked. Evan stared at his name, at his sister's, his mother's handwriting. "Yes," he said. "But can you read it? Out loud?" He wasn't sure he trusted his own voice to make it through. Hayes nodded. He opened the envelope carefully, as if it might crumble. Inside, there was a single sheet of thick stationery, folded once. No legal headers this time, no notary stamps. He unfolded it. The handwriting was the same as the letter from the bank. Loopy, a little messy, unmistakably hers. He began to read. "Hey, you two." Evan's eyes burned immediately. "If you are hearing this out loud, that means you listened. You went where you were supposed to go. You didn't leave this letter sitting in a file until you were 30, which I appreciate." Hayes's voice was steady, but there was a softness in it that hadn't been there when he read trust documents. "By now you know about the money," he continued. "Or at least you know enough to be a little scared of it. Good. You should be. Anything that powerful deserves respect." He flicked a glance at Evan, then kept going. "You also know, I hope, that it came from a risk I took when someone underestimated the value of my work. I took stock instead of cash because I believed in my own judgment more than I believed in a corporate checkbook. That gamble paid off. But I don't want you thinking that's the normal story. It's not. It's the exception." Evan could almost hear her saying it, leaning back in a chair, talking with her hands. "So here's what I need you to understand," Hayes read. "The money I left in the trust is not the best thing I ever built. The best thing I ever built is you, and the people you're going to help if you keep your heads on straight." His vision swam. "I asked Dr. Klein to hold this letter because I knew she'd make sure it got to you at the right time. Doctors understand timing. They know about early and late, about too soon and too late, and that tiny window when something can actually heal." Hayes's voice caught slightly on the word heal. He cleared his throat once and continued. "By the time you read this, you will have already made some choices. Maybe you've yelled at a landlord. Maybe you've fixed something that didn't belong to you. Maybe you've said no to someone who wanted more than you could give. Whatever it is, I bet you're already carrying more than most adults I know." Evan let out a shaky breath. Samantha stayed very still by the wall, arms crossed loosely, eyes shining. "Here's the twist," Hayes read. The word hung in the air. "I didn't just set up the trust for the 2 of you," the letter continued. "I set up a test layer, not for you, for the people who would surround you." Evan frowned. Through the blur, "What you've gotten so far is the safe version, the protected pot. Enough to keep you from drowning if the world gets cruel. Enough to get you through school, a place to live, food that isn't all sugar and pasta. That part is locked down with rules and codes, and people like Hayes making boring faces over paperwork." He almost smiled. "There is another portion," Hayes read, his tone changing, not dramatic, but more deliberate. "Smaller than the main pile. but still more money than I ever dreamed of. I told the startup I wanted it handled differently. I told Hayes about it too. It sits in a separate account. It doesn't have your names on it, yet. He looked up at Evan then, eyes searching. Evan stared back, stunned. "Did you know?" Evan asked. Hayes shook his head once. "Not like this," he said. "I knew there were residuals. I didn't know she'd tagged them this way." He looked back at the page. "I told them," the letter went on, "that this second bucket doesn't get released automatically when you hit 18 or 21 or any number on a calendar. It gets released when you do something I consider worthy of it." Hayes paused, a half-second longer than necessary. "Don't panic," he read. "This is not some billionaire test where I make you give away every possession and sleep under a bridge. I didn't raise reality TV contestants. I wrote something simple." He swallowed, then continued. "I told them, when my kids use what I've already left to make the place they live in safer, kinder, or more fair for other people, not in theory, but in a way that a stranger could see with their own eyes, then you, Hayes, can open the second bucket." Silence pressed in. "In other words," the letter said, "when they prove they understand that money is a tool and not a throne, give them more tools." Evan's heart hammered in his chest. He thought of stoves, heaters, breakers. Letters slid under his door, drawings left on his table. He thought of his signature on the purpose statement folder. He thought of how tired everyone had been. The letter shifted then, becoming softer. "I'm not there to see it," Hayes read. "But if this letter is in your hands, I'm betting you've already started. Maybe it's the building. Maybe it's something else. I don't need a report. I trust Hayes to tell the truth, and I trust you to know when you're just chasing applause." He stopped. He had to. The emotion in his throat had thickened. He blinked hard, then found his place again. "So here's what I want from you, my stubborn geniuses," the letter continued. "Keep going. Not because there's a second pile of money coming. That's just scaffolding. Keep going because you've seen how broken systems hurt people who don't have time to fight back. Keep going because you can." Evan's cheeks were wet now. He didn't wipe them. The tears felt less like weakness and more like some overdue reaction finally catching up. "For Luz," Hayes read. "This won't make sense all at once. She's going to want to buy everyone in the building a dog. Tell her I said no, at least not yet. For Evan, this might feel like pressure. I'm sorry. I wish I could take that weight off your shoulders. If I could, I would. But I've also seen who you are when things are hard. You don't disappear. You look for the leak. You find the switch." Samantha let out a slow breath. "If Hayes is reading this to you," the letter went on, "then I got what I hoped for. It means you weren't alone when the numbers showed up on the screen. It means someone looked you in the eye and called you Mr. Miller and took you upstairs instead of leaving you in the lobby as a joke." Hayes's jaw tightened. "I asked him to do that," he read quietly. "Before I got too sick to come in, I sat in his office and told him my worst fear was that you'd walk into a bank one day and be treated like a problem instead of a person. He promised me he'd be there if he could." He stopped again, the meaning of that promise dawning on him in a new light. "I guess," the letter said. "He kept his word." He cleared his throat once more. "Last part," he read. "No matter what happens with the second bucket, remember this. I am not testing whether you're good enough for money. I am giving money a test to see whether it behaves itself in your hands. If it doesn't, you stop. You step back. You ask for help. There is no version of this where you fail me. There is only the version where you learn. The final lines were smaller, as if she'd written them later or with her hand less steady. I love you. I am already proud of you, even for the mistakes you haven't made yet and owned up to. Go home. Hug your sister. Eat something. Tell Mrs. Ruiz she was right about the plantains. Mom, Hayes let the page lower to the desk. The room felt very quiet. For a long moment, no one spoke. Then Evan said, in a voice that sounded older than 14 and exactly 14 at the same time, "So there's more." Hayes nodded slowly. "There's more," he said. "Not a fortune on top of a fortune, but enough to matter. Enough to scale what you've already started, if we decide that's wise." "If?" Evan asked. "If," Hayes repeated. "Your mother was smart. She didn't put us on a conveyor belt. She gave us a set of choices." He folded the letter carefully, patting it once like something alive, and slid it back into the envelope. Then he turned fully to Evan. "In my professional opinion," he said, "you've already met the conditions she described." It made Evan's stomach flip. "You used the trust for what she intended, not just to ease your own life, but to fix the bones of the place you live. You haven't been careless. You haven't turned it into a vanity project. The Maple Street Fund is messy and small and complicated. It is also real." "So, that's it?" Evan asked. "You just open the second thing?" Hayes shook his head. "That's not a switch I flip in this office," he said. "That involves the company your mother worked with, their board, a set of documents I haven't looked at in a while. We'll need to reopen that conversation. Carefully." Samantha finally stepped closer, laying a hand on the back of Evan's chair. "But the important part," she said, "already happened. She believed this story about you before it started. She wrote it into the structure. You're catching up to it." Evan let that sink in. His mother, sitting in this clinic, maybe after another round of treatment, thinking not about pain or pills, but about stoves and heaters and landlords and the way her kids might walk through the world after she was gone. She had built the test into the system, not for him, but for the people around him, to see if they would treat him like a person or a balance. He thought of Carter in the lobby. He thought of Bishop in the hallway. He thought of Hayes on the phone, leaving his office early to go to war over wiring. "Do I tell Luce?" he asked. Samantha smiled faintly. "That her name is on the envelope? Absolutely," she said. "The second bucket part? Maybe one step at a time. She's going to want that dog." He laughed, the sound surprising him, cutting through the tightness in his chest. When they left the clinic, the gray sky had not changed. The world outside looked exactly as it had before. Cars moved. People checked their phones. A woman pushed a stroller past a man arguing with someone through earbuds. But for Evan, things had tilted again, not as sharply as the first time when the balance had loaded on the screen. This was different. Less like a cliff, more like a door that had been quietly locked from the inside, opening on hinges that had not rusted because someone, years ago, had oiled them in advance. In the car on the way back, Hayes drove in silence for a few minutes, letting the engine noise fill the space. Then he said, "I owe you both an apology." Evan looked up. "For what?" "For not telling you sooner that your mother asked more of me than just watching numbers grow," he said. "I knew she wanted community in this picture. I knew she was thinking beyond your apartment. I didn't push as hard as I should have after she died. I filed the notes. I checked the boxes. I told myself I'd bring it up when you were older. He merged onto the highway, jaw tight. You shouldn't have had to shock the system in the lobby for all this to surface, he said. We should have been ready. Evan studied him for a moment. You were there when it mattered, he said. That day, when the screen, you know. Hayes smiled briefly. I promised her, he said. Then you kept your word, Evan said. She said so, in the letter. The older man blinked, eyes briefly bright. Samantha sat quietly in the front, watching them in the rearview mirror. She thought of the countless accounts she'd handled over the years, the people who had marched in with entitlement, the ones who'd shuffled in with shame. This was different. This was what it looked like when someone had designed a system to expect goodness from people who'd never been given anything to work with. When Evan got home, Luce was waiting at the table, feet swinging, a pencil tapping against her notebook. Well, she demanded the second he walked in. Is it another letter? Did she leave a treasure map? Please say it's a treasure map. He set the envelope on the table between them. She left this, he said. At the clinic. For both of us. He watched her face as she read their names on the front. Her fingers traced the letters. Can I? She asked. Yeah, he said. We should read it together, later, when it's just us and we have snacks. Snacks are important for emotional events, she agreed solemnly. He smiled. Yeah, they are. He didn't tell her about the second bucket yet. Not because he didn't trust her, but because he understood now that pacing was its own kind of care. For tonight, it was enough that their mother's handwriting had found them again. That night, as the building settled into sleep, Evan lay awake on his narrow bed, the drawing from the kid upstairs and his mother's letters propped on the shelf beside him. He thought about tests, the kind they gave at school where answers were graded in red, the kind his mother had built into the machinery of a bank and a startup and a building on Maple Street. Not pass or fail. More like a question silently embedded in his days. What will you do with what you've got? He thought about the screen, in the lobby, about the number that had made an older man laugh. He saw now that the real truth that had loaded that day wasn't just about wealth. It was about who saw him, who looked again, who changed. The screen had shown one balance. They read the clinic letter on a Wednesday night. Luce insisted on snacks the way someone else might insist on witnesses. She piled the table with chips, a bowl of cut-up apples, exactly 3 cookies from the batch Mrs. Ruiz had baked in the new oven. This is to absorb the feelings, she said, arranging everything in a crooked semicircle. If you cry, it's not allowed to fall on the paper. That's the rule. They sat side by side at the small kitchen table. The overhead light hummed softly. The building around them was settling into its evening pattern. Feet on the stairs, a muted TV through the wall, someone down the hall running water for a bath. Evan slid the envelope between them. He'd already heard the letter once in the clinic office, filtered through Hayes' steady voice. This would be different, smaller, more intimate, just the two of them. You read, Luce said. You're the one who does all the grown-up conversations now. He unfolded the paper. Their names sat at the top, for Evan and Luce. The sight of her name right next to his still did something to his chest. He began. Hey, you two. Her voice came back with the first line, not the exact sound, but the cadence, the rhythm. Luce leaned in, shoulder against his, her eyes fixed on the page. As he read about the money, how it was a tool, not a prize, Luce nodded like she was hearing something she'd known all along but now had permission to say out loud. When he reached the part about stoves and landlords and people underestimating their mother's work, she snorted softly. She hated that, Luz said. Remember that guy who called her the appliance lady like it was an insult? Yeah, Evan said. He signed for the repair, and then she fixed his microwave so well he started recommending her to his friends. When he read the line about the second bucket, Luz's head snapped toward him. Wait, she said. There's more? He paused, looking at her. Yeah, he said. There's another piece. Mom set it up with Hayes. It doesn't come by itself. It comes if we use this first part right, for more than just us. Luz's eyes shone. So like Maple Street times 2? She asked. Stoves and heaters here, and then other places? Maybe, he said. If we're careful. If we don't let it get weird. She considered that, chewing absently on the edge of an apple slice. Everybody gets weird around money, she said. Even at school. Somebody shows up with new shoes, and suddenly they've got 10 more friends. You sound like you're 40, he said. Somebody has to, she replied. He read on. He let his mother explain in her own handwriting what she expected of them. Not perfection, not martyrdom, just a steady refusal to let money sit useless while people were freezing or cooking on dangerous hot plates. When he reached the line about Luz wanting to buy everyone in the building a dog, Luz slapped the table. She knew, she said. She knew my soul. By the time he finished, their snacks were half-eaten, and the room felt fuller than it had an hour earlier, as if their mother were leaning in the doorway, arms crossed, watching to see what they'd do next. So, what now? Luz asked. Do we unlock the second bucket like a video game level? It's not that simple, he said. Hayes has to talk to the company. There's board stuff, documents, adults arguing in rooms with bad coffee. That's your new hobby, she said. Adults in rooms. He smiled, then sobered. Hey, Luz, he said. You know that. Even if the second thing never came, we'd still have enough. For school, for a better place, for food. She nodded. I know, she said. The other part is just extra bricks, for building. He liked that. Extra bricks. Promise me something? He asked. What? If it all gets too much, if I start acting like a weirdo about it, you'll tell me. You won't just let me turn into some dude in a suit who laughs at kids in lobbies. She tilted her head. I'll tell you, she said. But you have to promise something too. Okay. You don't disappear into the bank world, she said. You don't forget where the bus stop is, or how the stove looked when it was tied with string. He swallowed. I won't, he said. She held out her pinky. He hooked his around it. The simplest contracts were sometimes the strongest. Weeks stretched and folded. Hayes did exactly what he'd said he'd have to do. He dug out old agreements, woke up lawyers who had been half asleep on this account for years. He scheduled a meeting with the startup's current board, most of whom had never met Laura Miller and only knew her name as a line on a cap table. He put together a presentation that was the opposite of the sleek decks they were used to. No market projections, no growth curves, just photos. Maple Street's hallway before and after the wiring work. The oven in 103 with its door tied shut, and then the new one with cookies cooling on the rack. The heater near the baby's crib in 205, its vents cleaned and its wiring replaced. A scanned copy of the purpose statement with Evan's signature at the bottom. He showed them Laura's second letter, redacted where it needed to be but intact enough to carry her intent. When she asked for this structure, Hayes told the board, you all thought it was sentimental, maybe even naive. a working-class woman wanting to make sure her kids didn't become caricatures of wealth. But she also foresaw something else, using the upside of your success to patch some of the damage in the places that success never reaches on its own. They questioned. They fretted. Someone used the phrase precedent more times than necessary. In the end, they agreed, cautiously with caveats, to release the second bucket under strict terms. A capped amount per year, detailed reporting, a focus on safety over beautification. It wasn't everything Laura might have dreamed, but it was something. A pipeline between an IPO and a building that had never seen the inside of an investor's meeting. And that was how, months after the first time, Evan found himself back in Hayes' office, watching another screen load. The room was the same. The framed certificates, the view over the city, the careful neatness that suggested a man who understood both money and paper clips. The screen wasn't the same. Last time, he'd been on the other side of a desk, watching as the number appeared and feeling the floor tilt under him. This time, Hayes angled the monitor so they could look at it together. "You ready?" Hayes asked. "Not even a little," Evan said. "But go ahead." Hayes entered the credentials. The system hesitated, then pulled up the account. There it was, the original trust balance, still huge, still incomprehensible in certain ways. And next to it, a new line. Smaller, but not small. Community Safety Fund. Miller allocation. Evan's name sat beside the label, not as an owner in the usual sense, but as a steward. The word made him sit a little straighter. He stared at the total for a long moment. Last time, laughter had snapped through the air from across a lobby. This time, there was no joke. No one in the room laughed. No one could. What moved instead, quietly but unmistakably, was recognition of risk, of responsibility, of what it meant that a boy who had once been embarrassed to check his balance in public was now standing in a bank office, being shown a second pool of money that existed because his mother believed he'd used the first one right. "How do you feel?" Hayes asked. "Like I want to throw up," Evan said. "And also like I want to, I don't know, breathe." Hayes smiled. "That's about right," he said. He tapped a key and another window opened. Spreadsheets this time. Proposed allocations. Line items. Maple Street's remaining repairs. A note about exploring similar work in 2 other buildings on their block whose tenants had sent letters. "Remember," Hayes said, "this doesn't mean we fling money at everything that looks sad. We still say no. We still prioritize danger over discomfort. We still let systems that are supposed to do their jobs be pushed first." "I know," Evan said. "I don't want to turn into a walking ATM." "Good," Hayes replied. "Because that's not what your mother built." There was a knock at the door. Samantha poked her head in. "You two plotting world domination?" she asked. "Just neighborhood stabilization," Hayes said. She came in and leaned against the bookcase, eyes flicking to the screen. "So that's it," she said. "The second bucket." "Part of it," Hayes said. "They're still nervous, but we have enough to move carefully." She looked at Evan. "How's your heart?" she asked. He thought about the letters, the drawing from the kid upstairs, the anonymous complaint to compliance, the way people at school had started looking at him sideways, like he was standing in 2 places at once. "Heavy," he said, "but not crushed." "That's the line we aim for," she said. Later that afternoon, there was one more meeting. Not in a conference room and not on Maple Street. At a diner 2 blocks from the bank, where the tables were sticky and the coffee came in chipped white mugs. Carter slid into a booth across from Evan. It was the first time they'd sat face to face, anywhere other than the lobby. Carter had suggested the place. Neutral ground, somewhere that smelled like bacon and syrup instead of toner and polished wood. "I figured you might be tired of marble floors," he said, picking up his menu. "I'm mostly tired of paperwork," Evan replied. "Floors are fine." The corner of Carter's mouth lifted. They ordered pancakes for Evan, a grilled cheese, and coffee for Carter. When the waitress left, Carter folded his hands on the table. "I asked to see you," he said, "for reasons that are only partly about my conscience." Evan waited. "I grew up in a place a lot more like Maple Street than I like to admit in public," Carter said. "Different city, same cracking paint, same landlord who acted like heat was a luxury. I remember my mother standing at the kitchen table with a shut-off notice in her hands, trying to decide which bill would scream the least if she ignored it." Evan's eyes flicked to his face. This was not the version of the man he'd seen in the lobby, all easy jokes and polished arrogance. "I swore," Carter said, "that if I ever got out, I'd never worry about those things again. That I'd make enough money that the lights stayed on and the refrigerator stayed full, and nobody ever talked to me like I didn't belong in a lobby." He looked down at his coffee. "Somewhere along the way," he went on, "I turned into the kind of man who laughs at a kid checking his balance. Because I thought that's what people like me did. I thought the joke was harmless. It wasn't." Evan shifted in his seat. He hadn't expected to hear this. Not here, with the clatter of dishes behind them and the hiss of the grill in the background. "You were the screen for me," Carter said. "Not the one with the number, the one that showed me my reflection, whether I wanted it or not." "I wasn't trying to be," Evan said. "Exactly," Carter replied. "That's why it worked." He took a breath. "I've talked with Hayes," he said, "about the Maple Street Fund, about what you've started. He asked if I wanted to be involved, write a check, put my name on something." Evan tensed slightly. "Are you going to?" "I'm going to match a portion of the safety fund every year," Carter said. "Quietly, no plaques, no buildings named after me. It goes where yours goes, stoves, heaters, wiring, and only as long as the fund exists under the terms your mother set." Evan stared at him. "Why?" he asked. "Because I'm tired of pretending I became a better person just because my account did," Carter said. "Because I want the next version of me, the one who walks into a lobby 10 years from now, to remember this moment, not the one where I laughed." He met Evan's gaze. "And because," he added, "you gave me a chance to apologize and didn't make me grovel. That did something." The food arrived, then mercifully breaking the intensity. They ate in a quiet that wasn't uncomfortable. Halfway through his pancakes, Evan said, "You know they're never going to put your name on anything at Maple Street, right? Even if you pay for 10 stoves." "Good," Carter said. "They'd probably spell it wrong anyway." Evan smiled, small but real. Back on Maple Street, repairs continued. Some were obvious: new heaters, updated wiring, sturdier locks. Others were quieter: insulation in walls, leaks fixed before they turned into ceiling collapses, mold treated behind paint instead of simply covered. The building would never turn into a glossy condo. That was never the point. It would simply be safer, less exhausting. A place where tired didn't have to be the first word in a letter. Months turned into the edge of a new school year. One evening, on the front steps, Evan sat with Luce as the sky shifted from blue to orange. Kids played in the courtyard with a half-deflated ball. Mrs. Ruiz watered a stubborn plant in a cracked pot. "So," Luz said, "are we staying?" The question had been hanging between them for a while. It lived in the way she cut out pictures of houses with yards and then tucked them into a drawer instead of gluing them down. It lived in the way he looked at the bathroom ceiling and mentally calculated what it would cost to live somewhere without water stains. "For now," Evan said. "Yeah." "Even though we could leave?" she asked. "We won't stay forever," he said. "But I don't want Mom's plan to turn into us running away the second we can. Not when we're in the middle of something here. When we go, I want it to be because we're moving towards something, not just away." She nodded slowly. "Okay," she said. "But when we do go, I get to pick the dog." "You can pick the dog," he said. "But he's not sleeping in my room." "We'll see," she said. In his backpack, the letters were still there. The one from the bank. The one from the clinic. The anonymous note that had said, "We're tired." The drawing that had said, "Thank you for the heat." He'd started thinking of them as a kind of map. Not one that showed streets and highways, but one that showed where his choices had already landed. On nights when the weight felt like too much, he'd take them out and lay them on the table. Not to measure himself against them, but to remember that the story hadn't started with him and wouldn't end with him. He was one chapter. He was not the whole book. At Lone Star First, the lobby looked the same as the day he'd walked in. Hands shaking, shoes a little too worn, embarrassment already stiff in his shoulders. The marble still shone. The chairs still sat in their neat row. Behind the front desk, a different teller worked some days now. Kelly had put in for a transfer to a branch closer to her grandmother's place. Samantha had written her a recommendation so glowing it made the manager laugh. The security guard still nodded when Evan came in. "Afternoon," he'd say. "Mr. Miller." Sometimes the Mr. still made Evan flinch inwardly. But he didn't correct it. He'd walk past the chairs where Carter once sat, past the spot where he'd stood with his card at the counter, past the screen that had loaded the truth the first time. He'd go upstairs, where another screen waited, not to shock him now, just to remind him. The balance had changed since that first day. Investments moved, markets shifted. Money did what money does. Flowed, fluctuated, grew, dipped. But the real balance, the one that had started that day in the lobby when a man laughed and a boy stood very still, had settled on something else entirely. How much power do you have? How much of it are you willing to spend on someone other than yourself? Those numbers weren't on any statement. No password brought them up. They lived, instead, in warm kitchens, in steady heat, in lights that stayed on, in kids who did homework without shivering, in neighbors who wrote letters that said, not just, "We're tired, but thank you." On a late fall afternoon, as clouds gathered over the city and the air hinted at cold, Evans sat at the kitchen table with a stack of college brochures spread out in front of him. Programs in engineering, design, urban planning. The kinds of fields that took what he'd been doing instinctively and gave it language, theory, tools. He circled ones with good financial aid, even though he wouldn't technically need it. Habit was hard to break. Respect for systems even more so. Luce walked past, glanced down, and tapped one. "That one," she said. "It has good trees." "That's your metric?" he asked. "Trees mean they care about shade," she said. "Shade means they care about people not melting. It's basically science." He made a small mark next to the name. Later, when he lay in bed, the building quiet around him, he thought about screens. The one in the lobby, the one in Hayes's office, the one in his memory, where his mother's face lived on the other side, amused and proud and a little tired, always asking some version of the same question, "What will you do now?" He didn't have every answer, but he had a starting point and a purpose statement with his own uneven signature at the bottom. The millionaire in this story had laughed once at someone else's balance and then had to live with the reflection when the truth loaded. The boy who had just wanted to check his balance had seen, in that moment, more than a number. He'd seen who he did not want to become. And, slowly, stubbornly, with stoves and wires and letters and late-night conversations, he'd started to become someone else. Not a saint, not a symbol, just a person with a tool in his hands and a promise in his pocket. The rest, as his mother might have said, would come in installments, like bills, like repairs, like grace. And now I want to hear from you. If you were in Evan's shoes, with that truth loading on the screen, what's the first thing you think you'd do? Drop your thoughts in the comments. I read as many as I can, and if this story stayed with you, stick around. Hit subscribe, turn on the bell, and come with me into the next story. Because the next one might be the one you remember.